Hello? How is everyone? Let me just... There you go. Good evening, everyone. So, I just received a message from Comrade Nikki. I mean, she's in the chat though, but like, before I started, she said that she might be able to join, maybe around an hour after, like 7. Okay, so I just woke up from a nap. Damn. I didn't know, I was so tired. Because today I didn't get to record because of the rain. So I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna just take a nap and do the stream later. And then I woke up like at 6 p.m. So as you, like, some people here who were early birds, they might have noticed that I started like maybe 5 minutes later. But yeah. Hello, everyone. Wait, where are you from, Tora? Greetings, Commissar Mana. How is everybody? After not hearing from y'all in a couple of hours. Had a good night. It's chill so far. That's good. And also, Imps, have you seen? I don't know if you look at my about, but I don't know how to put it on my screen, like on my OBS yet. But we're about 80 subs right now. It's fucking crazy because I just started this channel last week. Still got the getting swole macro. Okay. Speaking of which, let me just grab my I wanna do my hair bun. Hold on. Let me grab my hair tie. Oh my god, yes, you're right. Wait, have I been talking by myself this entire time? Oh shit, hold on, wait a minute. Oh, since the hair tie thing. Okay, cool. I was just saying that I wanted to try doing like a news react first, because like Comrade Nikki is not gonna be here to she's not gonna be here until 7. So she's not gonna be here until like in an hour. Oh yeah. Hell yes. Well, I just woke up, okay? Y'all are too harsh. Since you went for the hair okay, yeah. Yes. Of course. Of course I forgot to unmute myself. As usual. It wouldn't be me. You would be very, very worried if I would just do everything like a professional streamer. you would probably be like, oh wait, what is wrong? Wait, she's good. This is gonna be it's a simulation. It's not the real her. Wait, where's my chat though? Oh, okay. Oh my god, what? Okay. It is here. Okay. Ruru. If she starts acting like a streamer, she has been kidnapped by a CIA and replaced with a double. Exactly. It's a body double. It's not gonna be me. You should be worried about it. You know? Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to find something. Where's my I don't have the alerts on. Oh no. Okay, Twitch alert. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. There we go. All right. Okay, my brain. Okay, to be honest, my brain is still asleep, so I don't think I'm ready for the video with theory yet. So I will do a different video, which is I wanna just watch. I wanna continue watching. Do you remember that nuclear winter topic that I was talking about yesterday? The nuclear war, the possibility of having a nuclear war. I want to continue watching that one. Let me see, hold on. Alright, this one. I think it's this one. It's from Breakthrough News. I kind of just wanna finish. I wanna watch it again, and then we can have a discussion. Unrelated, but huge respect to you, Mana, for always being vocal about the stuff online. Thank you. I mean, I don't think it's like something to be praised. Like, I think everyone should be able to do this, though. Mana, I know you say about your. I know. Your about says stream is mostly gonna be politics and other BS, but I just want to say your cover of Sick You is awesome. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'm not gonna be doing a lot of music stuff here. I'm gonna be doing my music stuff on YouTube, like karaoke. Or I'm thinking about, though, like, since because of the music stuff that's the policies. I don't want to get DMCA'd in on Twitch, so I don't think I want to do the karaoke streams. But I guess like a lot of people have a loophole behind it, like they just don't publish the VOD. But I don't know. I think I want to do that on my YouTube, though, like my karaoke. But I might include songwriting sessions on Twitch because it's a lot more interactive, so I can ask for ideas from chat. But thanks for dropping by my stream, though. If you're here, if you're following me because of my covers and music, thank you. And if you start following me because of my politics, thank you. Either way, it works. But yeah, just to inform you, all of my stuff are on YouTube. If you guys don't know already, it's there. But on Twitch, I'm gonna be doing a lot of these political stuff that a lot of people complain about. So fine, okay, then I'm gonna move this shit to Twitch. So stop complaining. Anyway. That's how it is for now. At least. And so far it has been working for me. I like it. And that it says in here it says US barreling toward nuclear war with China and Russia and North Korea. So I want to watch this first, because I want to wait for Comrade Nikki so we can just like talk about doomer shit here. I'm not a doomer though, but like I just want to like, because these type of news you don't really see these types of discussions in mainstream media. So I just kind of want to delve on this for a bit. Yeah, and by the time that Comrade Nikki arrives, like my brain would have been woken up then. Hold on. Hey yo, let's go! New follower. Welcome to my bullshit. What's that? And not many leftist people in this space. I'm glad you're here. 23 real numbers or 23 freedom units? What do you mean 23 real numbers? What are you talking about? El Samuel. I came because of the politics and I have heard a herd understanding of socialism, so this stream is perfect for me. Oh, let's go, Tamashi. You want to understand socialism. Okay, but right now I will be reacting to this the news content first because I'm waiting for Comrade Nikki because I want I want her to be there so that we can have like a for sort of like a discussion panel type of shit, you know? So if you want to come by later, you can do that. But for now, we are still doing the news react. So let me just scooch there. Okay. Karma Nikki is not here yet. Okay. News react. Okay. All right. It's all good. Yeah, 23 degrees Celsius. Okay. Yeah, that's not so bad at all. Right now, what am I? I'm sitting at 28 degrees Celsius. And we have it's been raining a lot since this afternoon. Okay, yeah, let's watch it. Hold on. Let me just turn off my BGM.
Is the U.S. preparing for nuclear war with China, Russia, and North Korea? That's what a new leaked nuclear strategy seems to suggest.
Oh my God.
We'll discuss this and more on this week's China Report. Welcome to the China Report, a new show produced in collaboration with Pivot to Peace. Every week, we'll be helping you sort through the propaganda with an independent view of the country that we're taught to hate, but know so little about. I'm your host, Amanda Yee, and this is my co-host, KJ No. KJ, why don't you start off with this week's headlines?
Massive terror attacks in Balochistan. Separatist militants attacked civilian laborers working on infrastructure and executed 23 of them in Pakistan's Balochistan region on August 26, according to Pakistani government officials. Militants also attacked a railway bridge and hotel, bringing the total deaths to nearly 40.
Damn, what
The
the fuck?
Balok Liberation Army, BLA, claimed responsibilities for the killing. Members of the US legislature have been overtly supporting Balok independence since at least 2012 in order to weaken Iran and the Taliban, to facilitate US corporate access to resources, and most importantly, to prevent the development of the China-Pakistan leg of the Belt and Road, in particular, the construction
That makes
of
a lot of
deep
sense.
water port at Wadwa. This port would bypass the Malacca
Of
Straits,
course
where the
they
US
will.
intends to choke off Chinese trade during war.
Damn.
Earlier in 2022, 3 Chinese school teachers were killed in April, and 9 Chinese engineers were killed in a bomb attack on a bus in July.
An 18-year-old Olympic silver medalist has become a Chinese viral sensation after videos of her surfaced helping out at her family's restaurant upon returning from Paris. After coming back to her hometown in Hunan province, Zhou Yaqin, who took second place in women's balance beam, has been helping out around her father's business, waiting on tables and cleaning. The restaurant has been fully booked since Zhao's debut at the Olympics. Her father was so proud of his Olympian gymnast daughter that he had hung photos of her and her medals in every room of the restaurant.
US national security elites suggest bombing Chinese dams to kill millions. Michael Rubin, a top national security strategist at the American Enterprise Institute, writing for the National Security Journal, argued recently that the Taiwan authorities should retaliate against a possible Chinese intervention against secession by attacking Chinese dams to kill tens of millions
Hey,
of
what the
people
fuck?
on the
What?
mainland. This is the second time he has made this argument. He also suggested massive
What a
artillery
fucking
barrages
hawk.
against
What
civilians in
the
the
hell?
Chinese city of Xiamen. This kind of discourse at the highest levels of the national security elite underlines why China will not.
Like, this is a problem that they're so hawkish. Like, what the hell? Like, oh, they should just fucking do this. Like, what, don't you want to try like diplomacy first? Then what the fuck?
Tolerate
Damn.
U.S. control of Taiwan Island. It poses an intolerable
Yeah, this
strategic
just veiled
security
threats of
threat.
terrorism for
During the
fucking
Korean
real,
War,
yeah.
the U.S. actually did bomb Korean dams, engulfing entire valleys and drowning out entire regions.
What the hell?
So much for free speech. Taiwan has banned popular mainland Chinese rapper Wang Yitai from performing in Taipei for referring to the island as part of China in promotional materials. Wang was scheduled to perform on September 14th and 15th, but has now been denied permission after he posted a series of promotional photos on Chinese social media. These photos show him in front of a sign that says, Beijing South Station, Beijing to Taipei, China, along with the caption, Next stop, Taipei, China. Currently, Taipei's own constitution asserts that Taiwan is a part of China.
Chinese video game takes the world by storm. Black Myth Wukong, the newest adventure video game from Hangzhou's Game Science Corporation, has had an unprecedented blockbuster success, selling 14 million copies and generating 765 million in revenue since its release on August 20th, turning it into one of the most successful single-player games in history. However, Western media have criticized the game, claiming that it lacks diversity and inclusivity. Wukong is based on a millennia-old Chinese Buddhist fable, Journey to the West, and involves an enchanted monkey that encounters various characters, including a magic talking pig, spiders, turtles, dragons, and other fantastical creatures. It also has a pantheon of powerful female characters, as well as ungendered characters.
Hungry tourists trekking the Great Wall of China.
Have you guys played Wukong yet? And is it easy to play? If it's easy to play, I might play it. But if it's hard, if it's like Elden Ring level of difficult, then never mind. I'm watching another streamer go through it. Is it good? Not yet. My potato PC is very far from running anything like that. Oh. It's roughly in that area, yes. It's really good. Okay. But yeah, I don't want to play Elden Ring because it's so difficult. But I don't know if I can play Wukong though. But I'm interested in the story and it looks really nice. It looks really pretty. And also I want to go through the story. Oh, that's a game. I just hear it passing from our clients. I hear good stuff about it. Oh, okay. Your clients? What do you do for a living, Hitori? If you don't mind me asking.
China can now get their lunch delivered from the air. Chinese food delivery giant Meituan says its new drone service will bring food, drinks, and other goods like heat relief and medical supplies to customers at the ancient monument. The delivery fee is...
You know what? This is what drones should be used for, not dropping bombs. It should be for dropping packages, you know? Doing what they are doing, exactly, you know? Damn. That's so convenient too. Like why are we using drones to bomb children in the Middle East? Like why is the US using this? Like use this to improve your delivery services. Like what the fuck? Exactly, drop snacks, not attacks. Still doesn't look easy by a long way. I suspect it's a bit easier than Elden Ring. I didn't play either myself, but it has very similar combat. Oh, okay, you're tech support. Okay. I do like how Taiwan gets really pissed at the whole Taiwan is China thing, while their entire political establishment does Roman salutes and other Nazi yeah, I mean, it's a really dodgy. Like, I don't really want to touch that. Before, I might have said that Taiwanese people also deserve sovereignty, but the thing is, they default to being a U.S. puppet. So I don't know, like, that's really not a good thing to do either. Like, I think they're sabotaging themselves by allying with the United States. That's just me. All right, but that's all in Minecraft, of course, because we don't oppose the United States. We love our spangled stars and I don't know, fucking bangers. Fucking bangers. Banners, right? Bangers. I don't know. What do you call it again? Whatever, but like something like that. I don't know. Freedom burger oil. Yeah. From Burgerland. We love our freedoms. Okay, yeah. Star Spangled Banner. I just dead ass just said Star Spangled Bangers. Taiwan had like its entire indigenous population massacred by the KMT. And those people definitely deserve to have sovereignty. It's kind of harder to say with the descendants of the KMT, though. Yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Sovereignty for the indigenous people, but not for whoever the KMT. In Minecraft, of course, you know. All of this good shit happening in Minecraft. Let me just adjust this stuff over here. Okay. I think I have my auto mod on because I think most of my mods are really busy. They're like doing IRL stuff, and it's all right because the imps are well behaved, so we don't really need super like moderation, like extreme moderation in my streams, unless like there are trolls, which I have the auto mod for, which is good.
Is just 4 yuan, which is 56 cents, and will take orders from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., after which the drones will be used to pick up trash and take them to recycling bins.
China is mass producing household helper robots. China's Unitree Corporation is mass producing a household helper robot called the G1. This robot is already available commercially for $16,000. According to China watcher Arnaud Bertrand, household helper robots will do for China what the Ford Model T did for the US. That. Symbolize China's rise to world preeminent power status, much like the Model T did.
Okay, can I just say that, like, the way that China is utilizing these technology, like, for example, the drones, and now this one, the humanoid robot to do chores, like, man, that's like a massive difference from what the US is using drones for. They're developing drones to fucking carpet bomb people, and then they're developing robots to again be able to be used in combat. And then meanwhile, the Chinese government, or the Chinese people, you know, are over here developing a robot so it can do the chores, you know. They're heading for, like, you know, the automated luxury communism where we don't, like, everything is automated for the benefit of the people, not for profit. Like, I know, you know, China is not really, it's ruled by the Communist Party, but it's really not, I wouldn't call it a communist or I wouldn't call it a socialist state, as in similar to, what do you call this, to like Cuba or the DPRK. But at the very least, they're trying to they're trying to use all of these developments to like restore or like improve the people's lives, instead of like fucking, I don't know, bombing children to oblivion. I think if I had to choose, I would rather choose this, you know? How I wish nuclear Gandhi is real. What is nuclear Gandhi even? Also, Torah, yeah, when Chiang Kai shek fled to Taiwan, they slaughtered all of the indigenous people who lived on the island because they were sympathetic to the CPC over the mainland. Oof. Wait, I need to read about that because I haven't really read like thoroughly about the history of Taiwan. Do y'all see that YouTube channel China Fakes Everything? I haven't seen that. What do they say? Yeah, in Minecraft, of course. Taiwanese studio created a good indie game telling about the events of 1960 about the White Terror detention. Oh. Chinese characteristics. It's a Dengis state. I guess really like some would argue that because of Deng, China was able to like improve or develop the productive forces or whatever. But I would say that they definitely did not continue with the class struggle because they have billionaires. So they failed on that aspect, I would say. In the first Civilization game, there was a bug that meant that instead of being a pacifist, he would go nuke crazy as his pacifism value overflowed into the negative. Really? Redsales.org. Yeah, China has billionaires. For real. They did not really emphasize on the class struggle. That's why they have billionaires. A Chinese expat finds videos about how China is collapsing. I swear, guys, it's happening. Really? China is far from collapsing. They are improving a lot, though. Dog is delusional. I'm still adjusting my freaking chat. Let me just get to y'all a little bit back. Okay, what the hell? Okay, I guess it's not letting me do this. Okay. All right. I guess this will do for now. All right. I haven't seen that guy. Not the way he tells it. It's a good read. I think the CPC is doing its best to rail in the capitalist elements. Yeah. I guess like I'm just saying it from a perspective of like, you know, from the perspective of a Marxist, but like not in a way that, you know, like, oh, it's a dystopian fucking, you know, like not how liberals would criticize China, like how they're demonizing China in what do you call this, in mainstream media. But if China would be able to redirect itself to to another another round of class struggle, then that would be great. Like if they would continue the class struggle, that would be great. Also, I would say I think that I'm gonna have an ad break in 1 minute from now, so just be ready for that. China collapsing had been my YouTube feed ever since the end of the lockdowns. I swear it never ends. I stopped watching them for about a year now. Really? China collapsing. Yeah, like the thing is like how though? Like why are they saying that when in the reality is not really like it's far from what you can see in reality though. Like are they just having like they're just is that just like a fucking some sort of like a copium type of shit?
For the US. According to economist Hajun Chang, the washing machine was a greater revolution than the internet because of the way it freed up labor.
Exactly.
The
I don't have
household
to
helper
hand
robot
wash.
may have the same potential.
And now to our main segment.
I would
Last
want
week,
that
the
in
New
my
York Times
house.
reported that Biden approved a classified secret nuclear strategy in March,
Man.
which orders U.S. forces to prepare for possible coordinated nuclear confrontations with China, Russia, and North Korea. This reorients the U.S. deterrent strategy to focus on China's supposed rapid nuclear arsenal expansion. This document, called the Nuclear Employment Guidance, is updated every 4 years and is so classified that no electronic copies exist, only a handful of hard copies given to Pentagon and national security officials. According to White House officials, this new strategy aims to deter China, or to deter Russia, the PRC, and North Korea simultaneously. And they point to emerging cooperation between China and Russia, as well as arms that North Korea and Iran have been providing to Russia.
Damn, okay.
To help us make sense of this turn in nuclear strategy and what it signals in the new Cold War, we are joined today by Peter Kuznick. Peter is a professor of history at American University and founder and director of its Nuclear Studies Institute. He, along with Oliver Stone, was co-author of the Showtime documentary film series and book both titled The Untold History of the United States. Peter, welcome to the China Report.
Glad to be with you.
Lots to get into, but first maybe we can talk about this leaked nuclear strategy. Peter, I'm interested in hearing what should we make of this recent leak, and based on past history, what can we assume about U.S. projections and U.S. nuclear strategy towards China as it escalates toward war?
In some ways, this is not a surprise. It's entirely predictable. We look at the direction U.S. strategy has been taking in the past 6 years. It was back in 2018 that Mattis said that the main threat to U.S. security were no longer global terrorism, but Russia and China. And they've very quickly identified China as what they call the pacing threat. And we've seen the kinds of comments as the conflict over Taiwan has intensified, especially since Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Wait,
even before that, during the Trump administration, and
Fuck, she
Biden
did.
doubled down on
She was
the hostile
visiting.
policy toward China. And then you put that together with the fact that they've been looking for excuses to rearm again, to intensify and accelerate the pace of U.S. military armament. This is a theme we've seen over and over through the Cold War and since the Cold War. It's what the Project for a New American Century is all about: American weakness and the need to build up America's military quote unquote defenses. And so, but they need an excuse to do that. And Russia has shown itself almost incapable of winning in Ukraine. So Russia does not pose a particularly credible threat. However, China, as an economic superpower and one that is modernizing and expanding its abilities seems to pose a much more credible threat. And so when the Pentagon starts talking about China's strategy of increasing its nuclear arsenal, China, as we know, believed in limited deterrence, thought that even having 200 nuclear weapons would be a sufficient deterrent. But in recent years, China has become increasingly doubted the viability of its second strike capability. And so, and we see this from way back. I'm reminded of a 2006 report by Lieber and Press that didn't get a lot of attention in the United States. But it said that the United States now, in 2006, has a first strike capability against both Russia and China. That if the United States launched a nuclear attack, neither country would have the capability of responding. We know that that sent head spinning in the Kremlin. I don't know the Chinese response as well, but I do have watched China's strengthening military capabilities. Just this week, reports coming out about new weapon systems that China is deploying. And we know that, so China started to doubt the viability of its second strike ability, and it went from 200 nuclear weapons. Now the reports are over 500 nuclear
Oh,
weapons,
damn. Okay.
with the goal of 1,000 or more by 2030. And the Pentagon says 1,500 by 2035.
Okay.
What does that mean? Right now, we've got two people with veto power over the future existence of life on our planet: Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin. This makes it sound like Xi Jinping wants to join that club. Have three people now with arsenals strong enough to provoke nuclear winter. And
Fuck me.
so, but the U.S. has seized on this as a pretext for what it wanted to do anyway. We saw the report that came out last year, the Bipartisan Congressional Strategic Posture Commission report, calling for a dramatic increase in U.S. weaponry and military spending. On
How
top of that, there's
exciting.
another recent congressional report calling for the same thing. So they're latching on to China's enhanced capabilities in order to justify the increase in military spending that they wanted all along. The United States still vastly outspends China.
Okay, so like they're just really at this point, they're just looking to like any excuse at all to like overblow their like to inflate their military budget as if it's already not inflated in the first place. Like what the hell? Okay, but I mean, yeah. All right, let's go. China is collapsing had been in my YouTube feed ever since the end of the lockdowns. I swear it never ends. Okay. I love Mehdi Hassan for his Palestine stuff, but he had a debate with some guy defending China. But yeah, I think I saw that clip. But he had and he just went over all the neoliberal points against China. Yeah. It was really hard to watch though. Like, man, if you could make conclusions or if you could arrive to conclusions about Palestine in this way, like how could you like not have the same open mind regarding China, you know? Nancy, insider trading Queen Pelosi. How is that not a federal crime? Is it not a federal crime? It's a felony, right? It's a felony to do that. But why is she still in office? Why would Russia use nuclear weapons when it has already effectively won its war? I mean, I guess like I don't know. I don't think it's the end of it still though. Are you from that region? Because I stopped getting updates regarding the Ukraine and Russia war at the moment, because it's just so exhausting to deal with like random fascist fascist Ukrainians going to my account and commenting that I'm apparently a Kremlin. I'm under the Kremlin's payroll, and I'm like, man, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't even like Putin. What the hell? I don't support that guy. Like, what gives you the idea? Just because I'm not racist against Russians. The only country that would seriously consider first strike is yeah, they don't have a no first strike policy, right? China has a no first strike policy. They do have that. America doesn't have that. So, duh. Obviously, they don't want to like discount the possibility of having to strike first, right? To into like doing preemptive strikes. I think they did that with Japan already. What they did to Japan was totally uncalled for. And that was already like they did that too at a time where Japan was ready to surrender. Like they absolutely did not have to do that. But I guess they just wanted to do a nuclear showdown, so okay, I guess. At the expense of Japanese civilians. This is all with the assumption that there will be either ground war in East Asia or Western Europe. Yeah. The Ukrainian front is already crumbling, and the West has not had any successes in this war during the entire period. Yeah, I heard that there's a forced conscription in Ukraine already. Like they literally would take any able-bodied. I don't know if it's propaganda though, but like I saw a clip of like about talking about like how the Ukrainian government is forcing conscription on able-bodied male citizens. Like they would just really like they would take every able-bodied male, every able-bodied man or boy, and then force them into like you know, into the front line or something. Not front line, but they have to serve in the military. I don't know if it's like who can confirm that in the chat. Even if USA would goad China into war, I think China has enough self-control to understand the foolishness of that action and back down. Yeah, I think China, like, it's a really, like, it's a very mature country for sure. And it probably, you know, it probably followed the strategies in the art of war. I mean, it definitely does like take inspiration from, you know, from art of war. So they will not. I don't think China would do something stupid. You know, it was an act of pure terrorism, and there's cables that prove it. Any fucking liberal that says it saved lives because a ground invasion would have been worse gets a suplex. Wait, what are you talking about, El Tamio? Which area are you talking about? What does this pertain to? Okay. Truman's order to bomb Japan. Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck? It was terrorism for fucking sure. Okay, let's go back to the news, or like the discussion, the main point of this.
As KJ points out, the United States might not have as many naval vehicles as China does, but in terms of throw weight and in terms of capabilities, the United States still is the hegemonic naval power. But
Yeah,
as the United
Peter.
States, yeah,
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, the United States not only outspends the next 10 countries, it actually outspends 189 countries put together. It is simply the largest military budget on the planet. But I want to, break down a little bit, these notions of a Chinese threat or a credible Chinese threat. I think it's very, very important for us to look at the history. In 1984, the DIA projected that China had about 200 nuclear warheads, and then it said it would have about 800 in 1 decade. Well, 1 decade passed, and in 1999, they said China had 200 warheads. So they didn't increase them. And then, but they said that China would have 460 by 2020. Well, 2018, 2020 rolled around and they did the estimate again. And again, China's estimate of nuclear weapons was 200. And now they're claiming that it's going to be 1,500 in 1.5 decades. So there is a long, long history of threat inflation, just as the US had this incredible history of threat inflation against the USSR. It, overestimated by 20 to 50 fold what was the actual Soviet nuclear arsenal. Given that China has a minimal deterrent, it has no launch on warning, that it separates warheads from delivery vehicles,
Oof.
and it has no first strike capacity. I think that it's important for us to understand that what we're really seeing here is a US pretext to escalate, which it has been doing
Yeah,
consistently
of
since the
course.
early
Of
2000s, and most
course.
certainly since the nuclear strategy of Barack Obama. But essentially, it's using China as a pretext, as you point out, to increase its nuclear capabilities. And this is my point. I see this as first a way of normalizing nuclear strikes on Korea. And the reason for that is because the US is clearly escalating to war against China. And it is also becoming very clear to the United States that even with the best technology and with the dispersed, distributed attacks of the third offset, it cannot prevail in nuclear war, which is why
Yeah.
it is trying to normalize the idea of nuclear strikes on China. The organization that I always watch is the Center for a New American Security, which has obsessively mapped out war with China. And in March, they put
Oof.
forth a position paper saying that first, the US needed to fully integrate nuclear activities into US planning and exercises,
That is so
that
draconian.
it
What the
needed to
hell?
develop operational concepts. Operational concepts is Pentagon jargon for war plans. So develop war
Oh,
plans for visible theater nuclear generation. In other words, the deliberate use of tactical nuclear weapons,
what
and then
the
consider
fuck?
expanded theater nuclear weapons capacities. I see this as part of a propaganda offensive, both to normalize and to justify US nuclear escalation against
Ah,
China, as well
hell
as to
no.
make the general public accept the possibility of nuclear strikes tactically.
Okay, but that is like, what is more American than doing that though, right? Like that's just not surprising, but it's just like when you think, like, just when you think that they won't really do this, right? This is just kind of like, goading China or goading everyone to into a fucking nuclear warfare, you know? They do this, like, what the fuck? Damn, what the hell did you just do? Cruel bombs, he called it. The US outspends 189 countries in military spending. There's around 200 countries in the world, so the US spending is essentially the same as the rest of the world's put together. Yeah. Oh my god, imagine using all of that money to address homelessness, the housing crisis, the fucking I don't know, like the shitty healthcare that they have in the United States, or the lack thereof. There is no healthcare in the U.S. There's Cat VT. Social credit is a BS system. That's as far as I know. Also high. I think this is someone told me it's just kind of similar to the credit system. But I'm not really well informed about the credit system. The you know, like the social credit system. But someone mentioned to me briefly, it's just really like some sort of like a Chinese like Big Brother type of shit. I don't know, like I guess that the Western media is always, as usual, gonna be exaggerating about what's the social credit system. So I'm not sure. Unless you know something that I don't, so you know. Moving the goalposts constantly. Exactly, when you're totally not trying to rule the world under the threat of violence. Military bases in 55 countries. Globe bestriding behemoth. Yeah. Nobody can win a nuclear war. It's just so dumb, right? Like, why do we even have this possibility, right? Like, it's such a mess. I feel like I live in a fucking simulation, to be honest with you all. You need to spend a lot for that, as in it doesn't exist or it's a bad system. America gunshots, explosions, and eagle screech. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was the Soviets who backed down and avoided Armageddon. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, we were willing to blow it up all over nothing. Yeah, for fucking real. I think, like, like if America is a person, he would be like that malignant narcissist that's just like paranoid about everybody around him. But like he would say that everybody's out to get me, but then he's the one who keeps like who stalks everybody, you know? He would have tracking devices on everyone's car. But sure, of course, everyone is out to get him. Right? Fucking... That's like just... It's such a dying empire behavior too. The most American thing is having only like 4 major wars in your own soil and then just being a world-sized bully. Yeah, for fucking real, Applejack. There's a whole credit score system in the US and UK, and that has a way bigger impact in your life as far as I know. Yeah, I think I mentioned it before, like it's similar to the credit system. Like you literally can't get loans when you have bad credit, right? You can't. There's a lot of like it prevents a lot of social mobility if you have bad credit in the US, right? But somehow that's not similar. Like somehow China's system is a lot worse. Like how is that worse? How's that a lot worse? Like, can someone explain to me if you already like if you know something that I don't, of course, you know. If I recall correctly, the social credit thing was just for banks lending money and was also an experiment tried in a few provinces. If America was a person, he would be an Israel Zionist. Oh, wait. Yeah. That's like majority of like the liberals in America. America is more like an old boxer who still thinks he is strong and young. I mean, like narcissistic people don't really have the concept of like getting old. That's why when getting old, like when they see the reality cracks, like in their psyche, like, oh shit, like I'm getting old, like I'm gonna die alone. The malignancy in their behavior would intensify. Lilith is best wife. Lilith is best wife. Okay. Hi, welcome to the chat. We are just reacting to the nuclear war video. Okay, let's continue.
Nuclear strikes as delineated by U.S. Nuclear strategy, which is essentially first strike or counterforce strikes.
It's interesting, and I place it the way this nuclear employment guidance that Sanger was reporting on, the fact that it talks about being able to win a nuclear war against Russia, China, and North Korea is terribly significant, because it's really more in terms of Russia that nuclear war has been on the agenda recently. There was just an article in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist. I don't know if you saw it, about the debate among nuclear strategists. For years, we've assumed that their strategy was a deterrence strategy, that the idea that both sides could destroy each other, mutually assured destruction, and that would somehow prevent people from assuming that nuclear war was a viable option. But there is a sizable faction in the nuclear community who thinks that our technological breakthroughs now give us the capability of waging and winning a nuclear war. And that's not an insignificant faction. And they are weighing in on this, and they are insane. But they, for years, we always assumed that the intercontinental ballistic missiles were vulnerable to a surprise attack, and possibly the bombers.
The IBMs.
But we always assumed that the submarines would be an effective deterrent, even if the other parts of the triad were wiped out. But now there are people who are arguing that the latest round of technological breakthroughs allows us to actually target those submarines also in a way that we could launch a nuclear war and win it. And so, whereas most people think that since the end of the Cold War, that the possibility of launching a nuclear war by anything other than mistake or inadvertence is out of the realm of possibility, there are actually people who are planning this scenario for a preemptive strike that would allow the United States to defeat Russia and China and North Korea all. So, plus, as you always point out,
how are they not thinking about retaliation? Like, okay, sure, like the first strike might, cripple these countries' ability to retaliate, but there's still a possible, there's still a possible fucking chance. There's still some chances of actual retaliation to your people. Like, they don't give a fuck. Right? What happens after that? Exactly. What happens after that? God damn. Do they even think about the future? Okay, so all right. So let's see. Let's say if they do the first strike thing, right? If they carry out preemptive strikes against these countries that they deem a threat, right, with nuclear weapons, and then if these countries would just also, like, they would be like, fuck it, okay, you want war, this means war, and then we're all just gonna fucking die in a nuclear winter, I guess. What is going on here? What is the mentality behind this? Apart from just, I don't know, wait, what is, it's not even like, it's not gonna benefit them, like, on a business standpoint. I don't see any kind of, like, because what happens when there's nothing left? You have like scorched earth. There's nothing left after. So what are you gonna come back to? The fuck? All right, let me back read the chat first. That's another thing. Americans do not have historical memory of destruction and war in our homeland. That's the thing, yeah. Those entities might consider solving their issues once they are affected by it and it's their life on the line. Yeah. The U.S. is a gentrifying Karen, moves into your neighborhood and then throws if everything isn't made fit for their standards. Exactly. I think a lot of Americans are like that too. Like actual, like, you know, Americans who are expats. You know, they go to like Asian countries and be mad that like a lot of Asian people don't speak English. Like, what the fuck, dog? Why don't you learn the language, huh? Would it kill you to learn the language to a country that you moved into? By your own will? Like, nobody put a gun to your head to live here, idiot. Take it back, Zionist describes it better than a Karen. Yeah, for fucking real. I found the cables about the gringos planning where to bomb Japan for maximum terror. What the hell? Literally, they insert themselves into everything and get mad when you don't do what they want. It's a perfect one-to-one comparison, I think. Yeah. From the psychological point of view, there is the advantage that Kyoto is an intellectual center of Japan, and the people there are more apt to appreciate the significance of such a weapon as the gadget. Kyoto has the advantage of the people being more highly intelligent and hence better able to appreciate the significance of the weapon. What the hell? I gotta head out. Okay. Bye, V. Wicho. I think I said goodbye in the chat earlier. Senile farts born in 1940 who just want to see the world burn before they die. Yeah. Like, it's giving Caligula. What the fuck? You know? What the hell? Complete psychosis, total distanciation from reality. Yeah, a lot of these people are so detached from reality that the notion of consequences is alien to them. Defeat Russia and China with nuclear weapons. You mean millions of innocent citizens? For fucking real. Hey yo, we had 100 sub. Wait, what? Yeah, let's go. We reached our sub goals of 100. Yay! Thank you so much to everyone who Whoa, Zareed gifted 20 subscriptions in the community. Zareld, sorry. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, let's go. We hit our goal. Thank you so much, imps. No one would retaliate against the U.S., right? Yeah, yeah. Eugenics all along. I activate nuke quick spell. Place 2 cards face down and then end your turn. I do feel like they're just doing. They're like, they think like it's just a game, you know? Like it's just fucking what the fuck, you know? They don't think about the consequences of their actions. I do think maybe USA leaks some things like this to intimidate and scare people on purpose. Not saying that there is anything good about our government, but I at least have to assume that people in the Defense Department are rational actors. Yeah, I would like, you know, like it's something that when they say that it's a leak, I would say that some of this was on purpose. Like they can't be this dumb, right? To get people talking, maybe like to get like, you know, to get the involved or like the relevant parties to act impulsively or to say things that I regret later. Or yeah, it's a what do you call this? A scare tactic, as the T color out of space said. It's definitely a scare tactic, I would say. But I would not take it with just a grain of salt though, because that's like, you know, it's I would still kind of like put it at the back of my mind because, you know, if Trump gets voted, like that's gonna be on the table. I would say that at the very least the Democrats might not fall through or might not follow through with a nuclear war, but like with actors like Trump, I don't know. He sounds like a fucking idiot, so I would think that he would just go through with it. Because it will defeat China. China. A reminder as well that the US, since its inception, has only spent like 20 something years not being at war. Yeah. It's so fucked up. Truman, I know that Japan is a terribly cruel and uncivilized nation in warfare, but I can't bring myself to believe that because they are beasts, we should ourselves act in the same manner. What the fuck? Yeah, that is so orientalist and fucking racist. Also, yeah, thank you so much, Gerald, again. Inside Fantasy, you dodged the gifted subs. Oh no. Manufacturing consent for war, for fucking real. I think a large part of these CIA releases is also to give the impression that since they came out with it, that must mean it's no longer happening. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Imps, just got back. Hello, Comrade Nikki. We're halfway through the video reacting about the possibility of nuclear war. If you want to join, like, do you want to join us, like, going through this? Or do you want to, like, join when we have the Socialism 101? Imps, do you want to finish this this video? Or do you want to, like, move to Socialism 101? I can do either. We can just continue this on a different day. I imagine thinking they stopped doing COINTELPRO. Yeah, yeah. I love Mana's laugh. Thank you, Comrade Nikki. Remember, America is not using insane rationale. It's using capitalist rationale. How do you say that though? How do you pronounce that? Anyway, I will check it. Hard to distinguish, but important to note. Yeah, that's true. That is so true. Capitalism is depressingly predictable. I'm good with either. I'm happy to listen to this section. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna give you a call on Discord. Comrade Nikki is back. Yay! Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I have the React. I have your Discord, hold on. Fugitech. Let's go. Let me just adjust this one. What did I do? Okay, hold on. Put you here. This is Comrade Nikki. Okay. Comrade Nikki, say hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted the imps know that I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. That's a really, really old
Yeah, that's a really old
joke.
Yeah.
BF.
Let's cover that.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't start smoking. It'll be really hard to stop.
Yeah. I'm glad that you stopped though. When did you stop? When you moved back to India?
No. I vape now. I switched to vaping 2 years ago.
Oh.
And any sort of smoke going into your lungs is bad, but I think vaping is better because it doesn't have the 7,000-8,000 toxins that cigarettes have.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. And I don't vape a lot. I mean, I've been on the same vape for like 5 months now or something.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah, it's very moderate.
Yeah, that's good. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've never had like any kind of like experience in. I think I've tried smoking once and I hated it so much because it smelled so bad.
It is so gross. Like,
Yeah,
after
it is
switching to
gross.
vaping, I could never smoke again. It's
Right.
very,
Okay,
very gross.
let me just switch to the. Wait, you said that you wanted to you want to join this section, right?
I mean, I'm just listening. I just got in,
Yeah,
so
okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
I mean, if you want to finish this, I'm okay to wait. Like, don't switch to socialism from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just talking about this one.
Correctly,
Go
we are
ahead. I'm
moving
listening.
closer and closer in the Pacific. And U.S. policy, we have General Minihan saying he thinks the U.S. and China would be at war by 2025. You have other strategists
Damn.
saying the U.S. window of winning a war against China closes by 2027. So the dynamic is against the United States at this point. And uh, I'm not sure what those supposed silo fields signify, but I can understand from a Chinese perspective why they might at this point be considering expanding their nuclear arsenal. But I agree, historically, that has never been their policy. And I absolutely agree and have written about this question of threat inflation, which I know how the United States has done over and over and over again against the Soviet Union. And we even look at Reagan. Reagan's claiming that the United States was so much weaker than the Soviet Union as an excuse for the buildup. But we saw this under Carter. It's not only under the Republican hawks, this has been a bipartisan policy. And if you look what was coming out of that Democratic Party convention just a few days ago, the kind of flag waving, USA, USA chanting,
Yeah.
hyper
I
patriotic
fucking hate it so
militarism
much.
and the celebration of American lethality. There were a lot of things some things I really liked about what the Democrats were saying. But when it came to foreign policy and military
Yeah.
policy, I thought it was frightening. So
yeah.
I'm very, very worried that we're closer to nuclear war now over Russia and China, and who knows what's going to come out of the Middle East, but that we're closer now than we've ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Peter, in 1980, Jimmy Carter signed Presidential Directive 59, which is essentially the counterforce doctrine, NUTS, that is, nuclear utilization target selection. This is essentially the first strike doctrine. It's not countervalue like MAD, it's first strike, counterstrike. And this is essentially, to put it in its simplest terms, the idea of this is that the US is going to win by throwing a nuclear sucker punch on the rest of the planet.
Oh, Jesus
I think
Christ.
this is extraordinarily dangerous.
Nuts.
But it also ties into, once again, I don't think it's possible to over exaggerate the nuclear inflation that the US has done against China and against the USSR. For example, in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan was concerned that China was building 1,500 nuclear silos in southern Fujian province. They actually sent in agents in on the ground, and it turned out that these were actually Chinese roundhouses, tulo, that are made from rammed earth, and these have been around for 600, 700 years. And so, but these were mistaken because they were circular projections that from satellite pictures looked like silos. Same thing regarding
really?
the nuclear construction or the silos in currently the Northwest. It's unclear. It hasn't been verified that any of this is actually silos, or even if they were silos, if they would actually
They're just making
be used,
assumptions that it's a nuclear silo.
decoys. And so I think that we have to take all of this into consideration, that there is a long history of threat inflation combined with the fact that the US doctrine clearly is first strike. It's the nuclear sucker punch. And I think that's the piece that I think we need to focus on rather than, the kind of speculative assumptions about China, which historically have shown not to be true. As I pointed out, historically, Chinese nuclear capacity has flatlined since the 1980s. They haven't brought new nuclear capacity online. They don't even have a complete triad at this point. And even if they did, they have noisy submarines. It's unclear whether they could even get out of the South China Sea.
Oh, for real?
So I think this is an important context for us to bring to this
That's kind of hard to
discussion.
believe, though.
And I'll also put it in another context, and that's that all 9 nuclear powers are modernizing, making their nuclear arsenals more efficient and more lethal. The United States is introducing new nuclear weapons. The cruise missile, sea-launched cruise missile, is a very, very dangerous capability. But what we also are seeing is that at the end of the Cold War, there were about 70,000 nuclear weapons in the world. That number has now shrunk to around 12,000, but several countries are already committed and have begun the process of expanding their nuclear arsenals again. The British are talking about increasing their Trident capability by 40%. So what I'm afraid we're seeing now is we're going the opposite direction globally. So on the one hand, and then there's this report, very troubling report out of the Financial Times last week.
Really?
Again, not a credible source, but
Okay.
but in some ways a worrisome source, that Russia's nuclear threshold, Russia's threshold for use of nuclear weapons is actually considerably lower than the United States or the West or NATO previously thought. And so again, those kind of reports, plus this reports coming out of Gordon Chang and Michael Rubin talking about Taiwan having to learn from Ukraine and adopt an offensive military strategy and hit those Chinese dams and kill tens of millions of people. And there's so much coming out that's so troubling, even insane at this point. Because anybody who contemplates nuclear war is certifiably insane.
Yeah.
Because as we've known since the 1980s,
7 days a week,
the likelihood of this triggering a full-scale nuclear winter is actually quite great. And the latest studies coming out of Roebuck and Toon and the others is that the threshold for nuclear winter is actually significantly lower than what Sagan and his colleagues had written about in the 1980s. So anything that could possibly trigger a nuclear exchange, with the assumption that it's going to start off with tactical weapons and be very limited, we know from years and years of wargaming this stuff that they almost never, the idea of a limited nuclear war is almost unthinkable because there's never a point at which they stop. And it always goes to Armageddon. So just the fact that this is now
I can't believe we're
discussed
actually
so openly as a realistic possibility, I find terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
Peter, you
it's not
mentioned.
just
Oh, sorry. Peter, you mentioned war games, but I want to point out right now that the U.S. and South Korea are in South Korea right now doing joint military exercises. They're called Ulchi Freedom Shield military exercises. And these annual joint military drills, the U.S. conducts with South Korea, and they simulate war games against North Korea. And they simulate the invasion of North Korea. They include live fire practices, attacks from the land, air, sea, space as well. The war games present sort of a dress rehearsal for regime change in North Korea, and they include these kinds of nuclear war game simulations. And on top of that, just a few weeks ago, NATO held its annual summit in Washington, D.C. And one of the key takeaways from this summit is that basically NATO is pivoting to the Pacific in order to confront China. So that means NATO will expand its partnerships into the Indo-Pacific, and they'll try and move toward an Asian NATO to counter North Korea and China. So I was wondering if you could talk about how this new leaked nuclear strategy kind of connects to all of these different other geopolitical factors at play, and how dangerous this entire situation is given all its context.
Evil, death-worshipping monsters.
That NATO summit, clearly they've been thinking about expanding to the Pacific for quite some time. They wanted to open up an office in Tokyo, and Macron actually vetoed that.
Oh,
which,
really?
consider his hawkishness when it comes to Ukraine, was a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
But I think
Okay.
to connect the two is very important. Because and I also look at the recent decision to pass over Victoria Nuland as the number 2 in the State
Macron,
Department.
right? Am I
Wendy
right?
Sherman stepped
Guy.
down. Victoria Nuland took over as the acting number 2 in the State Department, and many people assumed she was just going to get the permanent position. But the fact that they passed over her, and she's the leading anti-Russia hawk, and they chose instead Kurt Campbell, the leading anti-China hawk, shows what their priorities are. And so the so-called Asia pivot that we've been talking about for 12, 13 years now, and which hasn't fully happened, is something that is very much on the agenda that they are planning to do. There was a RAND report called Avoiding a Prolonged War over Ukraine, because Ukraine was no longer the priority, that China is the real priority, the pacing threat, as they like to call it. So I think that the two do go together, and that that clearly China is considered the main focus of U.S. attention and U.S. war planning, and U.S. shift in priorities, and that's what this Sanger report seems to confirm once again. And you talk about the war games that the U.S. is carrying out now in Korea. I mean, we've seen one after another on both fronts, because there's this kind of a broad militarization and a war mentality that's taken hold in Washington. So I don't see so much as an either or. They believe they can do both, plus the Middle East. So now they're talking about
plus the Middle East.
China,
Okay, wow.
Russia, and North Korea together, because they see it holistically as the combined threat to the United States, quote unquote threat. Because as we know,
the only kind of holistic approach I do not like. What the fuck is this shit? The U.S. has the largest military exercise every year on the North Korean border. Also, the U.S. How can the North Koreans hate us? They must just hate freedom. Look, they have video game killing American soldiers. Exactly, right? That's exactly like in the narcissist, like actual narcissists would do. They would hardcore project, and then they would accuse you. Like every accusation is a confession at this point. Oh yeah, let's go. I am confused. Welcome. And thank you for the sub. Because friends is, let's not do that, but still place dictators in the Middle East and Africa So I'm pretty sure Ukraine aid is mostly being blocked by the Republicans in Congress. He is full of contradictions. Yeah. Based video games. What video games are those? We need more anti-fascist video games. Yeah, actually, hard agree. So I can play them on Twitch.
U.S. hegemony is weakening. That the United States does not have the same kind of control or influence that it did. The other thing going on during the NATO summit was that Modi was in Moscow. And that was
really?
incredibly significant. They've tried to counterbalance that now with his visit to Kyiv and his talk with Biden, but the significance should not be underestimated there. The global South is not going along with the United States. Biden kept on saying this is a struggle, a battle between autocracy and democracy. Well, the London Economist, of all places, said to most of the world, it looks like a struggle between autocracy and hypocrisy. And so much of the world is just not going along with the U.S. in its hegemonic efforts at this point. And so we don't have a lot of allies. And as even Fareed Zakaria pointed out the other day, that whereas Europe was once such a dominant part of the world economy, now it accounts for less than 15% of global GDP, with Asia accounting 54 to 57% of global GDP. So the balance has shifted, and the US is trying to keep pace in order to maintain its hegemony. And that is putting the world in a very dangerous position right now.
I've said that, the US desire for hegemony is so extreme that it would rather see the end of the world than the end of their privilege and power. And I think that what Amanda referred to regarding Korea is probably the most uh, clear example. It's not simply that they're discussing or have strategy or policy around nuclearization. On the Korean Peninsula right now, they are rehearsing nuclear strikes on North Korea, which is always a pretext for war with China because there's a mutual defense treaty. Last year, the United States rehearsed 20 strategic nuclear exercises on the Korean Peninsula. They brought in an Ohio class submarine, and just very recently, the South Korean Deputy National Security Chief has threatened a preemptive nuclear strike on North Korea, something that he has absolutely no authority to do because South Korea doesn't have nuclear weapons, and secondly, he doesn't get to make those decisions. So the fact that all of this is being put out in the open and that there are active, deliberate signals of nuclear rehearsals and nuclear strikes happening in that part of the world leads me to think that this is completely normalized within the ruling class. And if you will, Kurt Campbell has said that he would unleash a magnificent symphony of death in Asia.
Symphony of Death? What
symphony
the
of death.
fuck?
I believe that he's referring to the
No,
nuclear
bro.
option. So I think this is very important to note. At the same time, that once again, if we note China's response, in 1961, the US had a plan to wipe out 60 to 90 of China's cities, destroy the entire industrial base of China. And China's response at that time was not to engage in a nuclear arms race, but simply to replicate its entire industrial base along the hidden inland corridors, which is why you have huge cities like Chongqing inside the mountains. Essentially, they were prepared or they were preparing just to survive rather than to retaliate. And I think that is a very, very important, message that I think China says that nuclear war can never be fought, can never be won, and should never be fought. And they have been asking the United States not to shirk its responsibilities for denuclearization and not to seek nuclear dominance, nuclear strategic dominance, which I think is part of the reason why there's some of this discussion happening right now in Beijing between Wang Yi and Jake Sullivan.
Well, KJ, let me ask you a question. If you were in Beijing and you saw what's going on in Korea, and you saw the debates going on among American policymakers, and agreed with your analysis of what's happening, wouldn't you consider expanding your nuclear arsenal?
I think there are many ways.
It's totally irrational for them to consider doing so.
Well, I think the first point to make there is that if that is the case, and it's unclear if that is the case, then certainly it is a reaction to US threats and not the other way around, which the US is always inverting causality. But the second point I would make is that there are many things that can be done in short of a nuclear escalation or moving further up the escalation ladder, including the kind of engagement, discussion, as well as creating more decoys, which may be what they are doing. So anything is possible at this point, but we can look at the historical record, which goes back decades, and we see that China has not escalated and it has not engaged in a nuclear arms race. What it has done is it has kept the absolute nuclear minimum, almost a symbolic deterrent. It detaches its warheads from its delivery vehicles. It has a declarative policy of no first strike, and it keeps its weapons with no launch on warning. I think these are really, really good policies, and I think it would be better if the rest of the world came down to China's policies rather than accusing and trying to press gang China into an unwanted nuclear escalation.
Well, KJ, I totally agree with that. Without, you know, in a sane world, that's where we'll go. And then we go further and get rid of those last couple hundred nuclear weapons also. Unfortunately, we're not in a sane world. We're in a world in which the lunatics have taken over the asylums, and they're
for
making
fucking real.
policy. And
They're
maybe
making
they
policy.
don't think it's going to lead to
They have taken over the
full-scale
asylum
nuclear
and making
war.
policy.
Because even if it's a partial, you know the reports about even 100 Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons exchanged between India and Pakistan would cause partial nuclear winter and produce up to 2 billion deaths around the planet. Well, we don't have 100, we've got 12,000. And they're not Hiroshima's size. Most of them are between 7 and 70 times as powerful as the bomb that was used on Hiroshima. So,
and about 5,000 of them are U.S. and about 5,700 belong to the U.S. and about 5,000 belong to Russia.
Yeah. So.
Oh, go ahead.
So
no,
I'm
worried.
I think we're all extraordinarily worried. I mean, I agree with you absolutely. We are in this insane upside down world where nuclear first strike is part of U.S. military doctrine.
Right, that is so
and
insane.
It's almost like a school shooter who wants to shoot up the entire school, except for them, the entire world is a school. So then the question falls on us. What do we do? I think the most important thing is not to buy into the delusions of the school shooter about the paranoid other, but rather to do our best as citizens in the imperial core to see what we can do to restrain our own leaders. I think that is probably the best action that we can take in order to de-escalate things.
I agree, and that's what we're trying to do.
I agree as well. I really like the point that you guys made earlier in the segment about how this leaked nuclear strategy is part of this propaganda campaign to normalize nuclear war. And it's been growing pretty steadily. You know, Trump, just a few weeks ago, he was scaremongering around the number of U.S. nuclear weapons that China had in an interview with Elon Musk. And, after the leaked nuclear strategy was published, the story about that was published in the New York Times, just like clockwork, The Economist published an article that was titled, If a China and American war went nuclear, who would win? It's showing on the screen right now. After 45 days of conventional fighting, nukes would be tempting, warmongers suggest. And it's a ridiculous question to pose because, if a nuclear war were to break out between China and America, no one would win. We'd all be killed. But the fact that they're even posing that question and publishing it in The Economist, a mainstream publication, just really shows where we're at in terms of, how psychotic the U.S. war drive against China has become and how normalized even the idea of nuclear war has become.
As Reagan and Gorbachev said and has been repeated ever since, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. But there are people there, and there have been all along, from even right after World War II. Leslie Groves in January of 1946 called for a preemptive nuclear strike against the Soviet Union back then. And then we had Curtis LeMay during the Cuban Missile Crisis, he welcomed the nuclear war. He said, this is the strongest we're ever going to be, and we should get it out of the way. And we've had nuclear planners ever since, who said, well, even if we lost 40, 60, 80 million people, it's worth it to get rid of our enemies. And we've got people now who are making that same gamble. Do I think that Biden would tolerate that and accept it? No. But that kind of argument and reasoning makes nuclear war that much more possible. That plus what Kennedy and Khrushchev learned during the Cuban Missile Crisis, that when a crisis like that develops, you have no control. They both knew that they had lost control and that we survived the Cuban Missile Crisis by pure, blind, dumb luck, not by brilliant statesmanship. But contemporary leaders, many of them have lost sight of that. Or Kennedy's insight in his great American University commencement address. You have to put a nuclear armed adversary in the position where they either have to use their nuclear weapons or suffer a humiliating defeat is either a colossal failure of statesmanship or a collective death wish on the part of the human species. And we still are doing that, despite knowing the insanity of it and the consequences.
Dangerous times ahead. Well, Peter, thank you so much for joining us today on the China Report. It was a pleasure to have you.
It was my pleasure. I can't wait to watch it again so I can write down all those things that KJ said about these various bread inflations.
All right.
Great work, y'all.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Peter. I thought
Thank
that
you
was
so
really
much,
great.
Peter.
Yeah.
Yes, great discussion.
That was great. But KJ, I learned a lot from you just today. I've always focused on the threat inflation toward Russia in all of my research. But the things you were saying about the threat inflation to China are fascinating. Have you ever written that up?
I should. I'll write it up and I'll send it to you. But, it's not a surprise, right?
No, it's totally consistent. And I'll be able to make great use of it.
And now to our Red Scare of the week. Will the McCarthyite witch hunt against Democratic vice presidential pick Tim Walz is the gift that keeps on giving. Republicans are really ramping up the attack, despite, as we covered last week, his record of supporting anti-China legislation while in Congress. In this Fox News clip from last week, author Peter Schweitzer explains why China is, quote unquote, grooming Tim Walz.
What?
Just for full transparency, Schweitzer also ridiculously alleged that this platform, Breakthrough News, is part of what he called a Chinese influence network that was based on false allegations about our funding and content, which is not the case. But here's the clip and why China is supposedly grooming Tim Walz.
Do you believe that the Communist Party has been grooming Tim Walz?
The Reds, yeah.
Oh, I think there's no question about it, Maria. It goes back to the exchange program that he ran and brought hundreds of students from the United States to China. In the early press accounts, Tim Walz describes it as unique and unusual and different, a program that nobody else has. And at the same time that he's bringing those students there, by the students' accounting, Tim Walz is saying things like, well, in China, nobody is poor because everybody shares in China, as if sort of the compulsive arm of the CCP is voluntary. I mean, sharing is voluntary. It's a ridiculous statement to make. There are other comments he made. He told students going to China to downplay their Americanness. There's an account from one student, I haven't been able to independently verify it, saying that he brought back lots of copies of Mao's Little Red Book when he was in China.
Okay.
So this is a relationship that's long-standing, and it carried forward when he joined Congress and the actions that he was taking in Congress as well.
Okay. All right. That is it for our reaction. Let me just... I want to watch another video before we head on to Come here, Nikki. Are you still there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
I've
Okay.
muted myself.
How long
Sorry.
is Enter Pyongyang video?
Just 3 minutes.
Okay.
It's, yeah, it's just
Wait, it's in Vimeo?
like a tourism. Yeah, it's a video
Okay.
on Vimeo. Yes, it's a. You've not watched it before? I think we watched
I've
it.
not. I
many
think
years
we've.
ago.
It's been years. So I think I
Yeah,
might have
it's
watched it,
beautiful.
but let's see if it's. It just. Okay. Let's see this. Let me check. Enter Pyongyang. Okay. All right. I will play the video now. Oh, it's in Koryo Tours. Yeah, okay. The tourist agency, tourism agency rather. They have better public transportation, that's for sure. Oh, these are all paid actors, by the way. At least that's what a lot of Americans would say, although these are paid actors. These are all paid actors. They're just showing you the ones that, you know, the parts that they want you to see. Like, America doesn't do that themselves, the fuck. Hey, yo, the Juche. Juche gang. See this traffic lady? She's a paid actress. Helping that lady with her baby. You see these skate parks? Totally paid actors. These children, paid actors. People don't even know that they have hobbies, you know. Yeah, Juchi gang, Juchi gang. Everyone in here, paid actors. Look at their sidewalks. It's like it's really pedestrian friendly. Like their public spaces are so clean. Okay. Koryo tours. Yeah, this is the tour, what do you call this? The tourism agency that we were planning to contact to go on a tour. Basically.
And this video is a Canadian production. It's not even a Korean production.
It's not?
No. This guy called JD Singh and Rob Whitworth. They're Canadian, Indian, and
Ah,
Canadian.
okay. Yeah, like their public spaces are so clean and so pedestrian friendly. Like you can just like take a walk.
These are gorgeous.
You can't do that in Itaewon without getting raped. Like right now, like apparently the rape culture in the South is getting so much worse that there are some Telegram group chats that says mother room, sister room. They apparently there are some men or like some boys that would film themselves touching their mothers in their sleep. Or touching their sisters in their sleep, and it would post it in that group chat to like brag about it. It's so fucking dystopian. Oh my god. Right? Like I don't know how to I don't know what even to say about it, but like it's apparently real. So like the 4B movement is actually the correct take.
I read this thing. I sent it to you, but I don't think you've checked it yet. It's very disturbing though, like trigger warning.
Okay, what about it?
In North Indian, in this northeastern state called Assam, this young girl.
Was it the doctor?
No, not the doctor case.
Okay.
The doctor case has only reached this level of like attention because the victim is upper caste.
Oh, she's a was she like Brahmin?
No, it's like dominant caste.
Oh.
So this is a middle class horror. I mean, they're like, oh my God, this kind of stuff can happen to us, but this stuff happens every day.
Yeah, of course. The lits, yeah.
But this woman, she's indigenous.
Oh, shit, yeah.
She was getting repeatedly raped by her cousin brother when she was 10 years old.
Oh my God.
And her mom is not mentally stable. Like she has some disabilities. And this boy would film, raping her. And the video was shared across the village. And the boy's father, who is the girl's maternal uncle, would beat the shit out of her, saying that she lured him.
No, what the fuck? That is so messed up.
Yeah, which is why, like I said, y'all don't know wacky.
Yeah.
But it is, yeah. And then her cousin's friend told her that anyway, her videos are out and she's like getting raped repeatedly if she's gonna be at home. So he trafficked her and sort of like sold her into
at brothel? Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah. But the thing is, the woman now she's like 22. And she prefers working at the brothels and going back home because, like her family is a site of more abuse to her than
being in an actual brothel. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my fucking Lord!
Yeah, and she's getting raped, and her uncle is beating the shit out of her.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
While her mom is just like mentally disabled and weeping and crying over asking him to stop.
Oh my God.
So disturbing. Oh God.
Happened to my mom and one of my two sisters, and I live in a nice country. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think of course, patriarchy is everywhere, but the level of like depravity that's been going on there, it's just something, worth noting, I guess,
Also, Mana, do you want to check if my volume?
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me check.
Yeah, I'm very tech.
How about now? Can you keep speaking?
Is this better?
I think, yeah. What do you think, Imps? Can you try speaking more?
Okay, yeah. It's better.
Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, they said it's better. Okay, all right. So shall we continue with the Socialism 101 videos?
Yeah, I think we stopped at the third video, right?
Yes.
We pick up at the fourth one.
Let me see.
This video was made in collaboration with Second Thought.
Okay, hold on. Let me just pull it up. Okay. Just arrange this again. We are doing this. Now we are in the react portion of them socialist videos. All right. Okay. The third video, so we're gonna be on the fourth one, which is the difference between personal and private property. Let's go.
Now, I can't actually see you, given that this is YouTube and all. So you could be wearing a tuxedo, or you could be wearing nothing at all. Stupid sexy Flanders. But bear with me on this one, so we can play out this scenario. I'm gonna assume that you, my very attractive friend, are wearing a hat. But not just any hat. The most beautiful hat I've ever seen. Naturally, I'm extremely jealous and want one of my own. Nice hat, I tell you. How much are you going to sell it to me for? To which you respond, very reasonably like a normal person would. Beck off, Paul. This is my personal property. I'm not selling this. This hat is to be used, not exchanged. Take that commodity trade nonsense elsewhere. As you can imagine, I'm understandably heartbroken at having been shut down like that, and I run home with my tail between my legs. All dreams of ever owning such a beautiful hat like that myself, having been crushed by your cruel, cruel words. But on the way back, I pass by a shop and I see that very same beautiful hat in the window. Excited, I run inside and I pick it up. But the shop owner's alarmed and sternly warns me, "Put that hat down, it's the company's private property. If you want it, you're gonna have to pay for it." Now, naturally, I'm baffled. I was assured that this beautiful hat was personal property that was meant to be used. Now I'm being told that it's private property, that if I want access to its warm embrace, then I'm going to have to exchange money for it.
Warm embrace.
How can it be that the purpose of this beautiful hat for you is use, while for the shop owner its purpose is exchange? That it can be either personal property or private property depending on who owns it and what they're doing with it. Well, let's get to the bottom of this. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an explicitly Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist-Maoist perspective, with short and hopefully easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. So, we've run into a little bit of difficulty here. This beautiful hat seems to be both personal property and private property. It has use value in its usefulness as a protector of my head against the cruelty of the wind and the rain, but it also has exchange value in that it can be exchanged for a certain price on the market. Well, in fact, this is one of the most basic building blocks of the capitalist system, the commodity. And the key feature of commodities is that they possess both use value and exchange value. They can be both personal property and private property. However, they're produced primarily for exchange, as private property to make profits for capitalists, and secondarily produced for use, to become personal property. This goes for all commodities produced under the capitalist mode of production, from food to clothes to, you guessed it, Nintendo. If you look at the place you're living right now, whether that's an apartment, a house, or anything else, for you this has use value or usefulness. For you, it's shelter. It keeps you warm, protected, you get to relax with friends and family, get drunk, talk socialism, etc. But your home likely wasn't created primarily for that purpose. It was created primarily to be the private property of the bourgeoisie that would be exchanged and make them more money. Okay, so now we can see that there's a fundamental difference emerging between how the working class proletariat engages with personal property, your home as a place to live, and how the capitalist bourgeoisie engages with private property, that home they acquired solely to make profit. In fact, let's take a moment to clearly map out these differences. In the last video, we talked a little bit about labour power. Now this is also a commodity in that it possesses both use value in its ability to produce, as well as exchange value as capitalists purchase it from us for a certain price in the forms of wages and salaries. For most working class people, we sell our labour power, or commodity, C, to bosses. In return for this, our bosses give us a little bit of money, M. We then take this money that we receive from our wage or salary and use that to purchase commodities, C, for us to use, like food, clothes, toothbrushes, etc. This is the CMC circuit that the working class engages in. We have our commodity, labour power, that we sell for money, and with that money we purchase more commodities. CMC.
C, yeah.
Capitalists, on the other hand, operate not just on a CMC circuit, but on an inverted MCM circuit.
Yeah.
The capitalist circuit begins with money, M, which they use to purchase commodities, C, primarily labour power, in order to get back more money, M.
Yeah.
And importantly, that final M includes the initial sum of money invested plus profit that has been generated through labour power. We can signify the presence of this added profit with M prime. Capitalists can then take this profit and use it to purchase more commodities, to get even more profit, to purchase even more commodities, and so on and so on. Okay, take a moment to give yourself an little pat on the back because you've just learned the general formula of capital, MCM. Now, this is the simplified version of the capitalist circuit. There are a few more steps in between that we'll return to in a later video. But we can already see from this that the proletariat on the CMC circuit and the bourgeoisie on the MCM circuit interact quite differently with property. The proletariat acquires personal property exclusively for us to use. The bourgeoisie acquires private property for exchange in order to make profits. Communists seek to abolish private property, not personal property. We seek to abolish exchange value and instead produce entirely for use. To, as the old saying goes, abolish the commodity form. Now, onto the ever-pressing question of toothbrushes. Yes, you get to keep your feckin' toothbrush for personal use. But if there are capitalists who are producing them for profit, for exchange, then you better believe that we're going to hunt them down and redistribute those toothbrushes for the good of the people. The people's toothbrushes. Today we've looked at the differences between personal property and private property. As a general rule, personal property is that property that we possess in order to use. Use value. Private property, on the other hand, is property that's possessed for the purpose of making profits. Exchange value. We've also mapped out the ways in which workers and capitalists relate to commodities, either on the proletarian CMC circuit or the bourgeois MCM circuit, which is the general formula of capital. Next up, that burning question of our time, what is capitalism? Thank you for watching this video. Hopefully you found it useful in one way or another. For more on housing and the question of use value and exchange value, I strongly recommend checking out the second episode of Space Baby's Marks in the House series, from which I borrow quite heavily in this video. Link in the description box below. If you're able to support this work, then please consider donating €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon, or a once-off donation over on Ko-fi.
Okay, all right. Please donate to Paul. Okay. All right. So, anyone in the chat you want to ask about? I will be. Wait, Comrade Nikki, is it okay if you take over? I want to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. All right, I'll be back.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I was speaking, but I was on mute. I was asking if anyone had like questions, and I think it's something we can do from this video is think about what does it mean to commodify certain aspects of a life. The toothbrush is fairly, like harmless, but what aspects of a life can we recognize as being commodified? Later in the series, we will learn about the adverse effects of commodification, like alienation and stuff like that. Yes. As Samuel, we got it hard with commodification of houses. We the only animals that pay rent to live on this planet. I just cannot reconcile with that. I watched this reel once long back. There's this European woman who was talking about the differences in European society and American society. This America is like peak capitalism. European societies are like not as individualistic as American culture. We're talking about how American corporations have taken like the fundamental aspects of what makes us humans and turned it into a pay-per-use model. For example, like having the time, the energy, and the infrastructure to get movement is basic. Like humans have always been fit before we've had all these unhealthy lifestyles. But that's sold to us as gyms now. Like they make us sick and then they sell gyms and healthy diets and food and all of that, like as a subscription.
Influencer lifestyle, like the trad wife, the making everything from scratch. I was craving from this, and I was damn, like what our ancestors used to be able to make this when they had time. We don't have time because we had to pay rent. Yeah, some of us have to work 3 jobs or 2.
Yeah. And in the video, they also talked about therapy as a commodity because like there's such a hyper focus on having a therapist versus seeing community as therapy. Like European societies and most of global South societies, right? We've always had support systems and people to like rely on. And from the US, we see these memes coming out about how don't ask me to drop you at the airport or whatever. You don't do anything for your friends, and people have to take time out, like a 30-minute or 1 hour break once a week to go and talk to someone, and they pay that person to talk to them.
Yeah.
Which is, it's not like therapy is not useful. Of course, it's very useful because it's a specialized service. But the degree of loneliness that exists in the American society has like even basic such interactions have become commodified.
Right? Like in collective societies, like in, like just like having extended families and stuff like that. Like for example, in Asian communities, we don't really have that much of like, I don't know. I just don't see that type of alienation in a lot of like Asian communities, or even like in LatAm communities as well.
Yeah,
it's mostly basically like a white people problem. I don't know. It's very Western. Like it's a very European problem.
The problem with commodity is that it forces some people to sell their labor in order to survive, and it gives unequal purchasing power to those who can buy those services.
Yeah, so that's true.
People do need housing, but not everyone has the same access. And workers are forced to, like construction workers, they're forced to work day in and day out building these beautiful apartments that they'll never get to live in. So they're very alienated from the end product of their labor.
Yeah, because they can't. They live in like they create all of this intricate architecture, and then they get to live in a shack. Like the fuck.
Yeah. So when communism talks about abolishing work, they're basically talking about abolishing commodification. So it leaves people in a position of power whether they want to perform a certain labor or not to create something that will be shared with others. Anything that is created should be shared with others. Right?
Yeah.
But they have agency over, oh, can I do this? Because their survival doesn't depend on doing this. Like they won't become homeless, or they can't afford medical care and all of that if they don't do a certain service or something like that. Right? So that is why the commodification has to go away, not labor itself, because we will need to labor collectively. Otherwise, we're going to perish.
To quote Mark Fisher, the pandemic of mental anguish that afflicts our time cannot be properly understood or healed if viewed as a private problem suffered by damaged individuals. Yeah, that you are so right. Yeah. The decimation of third places hasn't helped. Exactly. That's also a very a large problem in the US. In Japan, you would see a lot of third places still though. But there's a different type of alienation that's going on in Japan. It's still alienation though, because at the very least, we can be alienated in parks. We still have good places to go to and nature spots. Even though we also have a lot of fucked up social issues here. Housing speculation is definitely an issue. Yeah. And the major problem of the commodity form is labor as commodities and the difference between labor, commodity, and paid wages creating surplus value. Yeah. I absolutely don't want to take over stream. We're not here for me, of course. The medicalized model of mental health and the inherently liberalism of mental health provision is really at the core of it. Yeah, that's what Comrade Nikki just discussed. I did my whole master's dissertation on it. And somehow I didn't get flagged by Prevent, an anti-extremism police initiative in the UK. Oh, yeah.
Yes, Mana and I have always also been quite into psychology. She has a degree.
Yeah.
And we talk a lot about liberalism and psychology and how most psychology is geared towards just making us better workers, more compliant workers.
Yeah,
and
true.
Any deviation from the hegemony.
I think that the DSM is actually based on how compliant you are to society, basically. Yeah. It does have its uses, but overly relying on the DSM, it's just not. We don't roll like that. Because it's also very Western centered. My region has just recently closed down a state mental facility that has been in operation since the 30s. It's going to be some luxury housing developments. What? Where do you live?
Gentrification.
King nothing. Your avatar looks like a little gremlin. Well, it is my gremlin form. Louisiana. Oh my god. God damn. All right, shall we move on to the next video?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, anyway, here's a fun fact. Penicillin was first called mold juice. Okay. Thanks. The actual topic of my dissertation, okay, was on systemic issues with autism diagnosis, and the ableism and misogyny and transmisogyny in there is so deep. Yeah, for fucking real. Women and non-white people were really, really commonly misdiagnosed as BPD or other similar issues because of the assumption that autistic are all dorky with little white cis boys. Yeah. Damn. Wow. Yeah. Okay, let's moving on to the next one. We are on the 5th video, finally.
What is capitalism? Easy. Capitalism is freedom and democracy. Unless we try to use that freedom and democracy to vote in a people-centered government that challenges capitalism in any way. Like in Chile in 1973 when Salvador Allende, the democratically elected socialist president, was ousted from office and replaced by the fascist Augusto Pinochet in a CIA-backed coup. But don't get me wrong, capitalism is freedom and democracy for some people, just not us. Democracy for an insignificant minority. Democracy for the rich. That is the democracy of capitalist society. Normal working people don't get a say on how our workplaces are run, the places where we spend most of our waking lives. We don't get a say in what homes are built where and who gets to live in them. In fact, we don't get a meaningful say in the day-to-day runnings of our societies at all. The only thing we do get is the opportunity to choose a representative of the ruling class once every 4 or 5 years to administer capitalist rule. And if we attempt to venture outside those narrow confines, then you better believe it'll be time for the international capitalist class to mount a CIA-backed coup to bring us even more freedom and democracy. So, let's be honest. Capitalism? Not all it's cracked up to be. Now, what the feck is it? Well, let's find out.
What the feck?
Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an explicitly Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist-Maoist perspective, with short and hopefully easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. Now, so far in this series, we've learned that capitalism is a stage of historical development between feudalism and socialism. We've also talked a bit about capitalism's relations of production. Workers sell their labour power through wage labour, and capitalists purchase this in order to make more profits. From this, we can build a basic understanding of capitalism. Capitalism is a system of private ownership of the means of production for the purpose of extracting profits or surplus value produced by wage labourers. Now, how did we get here? Well, our old friend Karl Marx said that this system becomes inevitable from the moment there is a free sale by the labourer himself of labour power as a commodity. But it is also only from then onwards that commodity production is generalised and becomes the typical form of production. It is only from then onwards that, from the first, every product is produced for sale and all wealth produced goes through the sphere of circulation. Now, under earlier systems like feudalism, there was also a limited amount of simple commodity production, like if you grew some food for yourself but you weren't able to eat it all so you sold the leftovers. But this production under earlier systems was generally for use. Capitalism developed out of feudalism as commodity production started small but then grew with the rise of the bourgeoisie and became generalised as the typical form of production. To the extent that commodity production, in accordance with its own inherent laws, develops further into capitalist production, the property laws of commodity production change into the laws of capitalist appropriation. As we see this transition from feudalism to capitalism, we also see massive legal changes in society that allow for the free trade of both the means of production and labour power, which itself now becomes a commodity. The capitalist epoch is characterised by the fact that labour power, in the eyes of the worker himself, takes on the form of a commodity which is his property. His labour consequently takes on the form of wage labour. It is only from this moment that the commodity form of the products of labour becomes universal. So when you've got private ownership of the means of production, when you've got generalised commodity production, and when you've got capitalists making profits from workers through wage labour, you've got capitalism. And that can manifest in more of a free market oriented form like in the United States, or a slightly more controlled social democratic form like in Norway. Importantly, governments can and do engage in capitalism themselves, including commodity production, the extraction of surplus value through wage labour, etc. There's a common myth that socialism is when big government does things, making capitalism the opposite of that. But if that were the case, then Saudi Arabia would be socialist with its nationalised oil company and the large public sector. But, as we know, Saudi Arabia is, well, an absolute monarchy that in many ways embodies capitalism taken to many of its natural conclusions.
Yeah.
Now, it was mentioned earlier that there are various stages of historical development. But within each stage, there are also various sub-stages. Within capitalism, we can identify three main sub-stages. Mercantile capitalism, that emerged from feudalism and primarily focused on controlling national and international trade. Industrial capitalism, which was dominant in the time when Karl Marx himself was writing and was characterised by a much sharper division of labour, heavy machinery, factories and so on. And imperialist capitalism, where capitalism has developed to such a point where capitalist monopolies rule the world. This is the substage that we still live under at the moment. We could go another level deeper again and talk about neoliberal capitalism as a stage within imperialist capitalism, a substage of a substage. But at that point we're mostly just splitting hairs as the underlying mechanisms of imperialist capitalism remain fundamentally unchanged. And don't worry, we're going to talk about all those underlying mechanisms in a later video dedicated specifically to imperialist capitalism. You're going to be sick of hearing about imperialism by the end of this series, if not already. Today we've looked at the meaning of capitalism as a system predicated on private ownership of the means of production, generalised commodity production, and wage labour, through which capitalists make profits from workers. We've also looked at the three main stages of capitalism: mercantile, industrial, and imperialist. We also addressed the idea that capitalism is when small government, freedom, and democracy. Which, no. So much no. Next up, what is socialism? Thank you for watching this video. Hopefully you found it useful in one way or another. If you're able to support this work, then please consider donating €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon, or a once-off donation over on Ko-fi.
Okay. Any questions from the imps? I think a lot of you guys know how, like, also understand the basics of socialism, but just any one of you here lurking, you know, don't be afraid to ask questions, because this stream is literally for you. I flipped my brother and sister into comrades. Oh, that's show. Oh, yo, let's go. So family gathering are the kids' comedy communism clown on dad hour. Especially they use the police to regulate the interests of the capitalist class and enforce private property. That's very government doing thing. Yeah, for fucking real. Socialism is when you give Mana your toothbrush, and if you give her all the toothbrushes, that's communism. Exactly, imps. You so right. You're so my well-educated imps. Bane voice for him. How does labor get turned into a commodity? New comrades, form up in the chat. Hitore dake no TW. Okay.
Labor becomes a commodity when it's something that can be sold and purchased instead of something that is performed with the consent of the person who's performing the labor. I mean, when you have to sell your labor for survival, it's not real consent.
It's not really voluntary when you have to choose between, you know, working for a company or abject homelessness. Like, that's really not a choice, is it? like you have to, like, you have both extreme choices. And the thing is that that's what they try, like, that's what they're really, like, you know, like, driving in, like, oh, like, if you're such a socialist, like, you know, like, why don't you get a job? Bro, I literally had to, like, you know, I literally became a communist once I started working, okay? Like, damn. Man. They just think that socialists or, like, actual communists are just bums that don't want to work. Damn. I think it'd be useful. And also, we don't want to work, like, soulless jobs, you know? Just to pay rent. That's, like, not... I don't believe that that's how we should live for the rest of our lives. And some fucking billionaire with, like, 10 yachts is you know, is having all of that wealth from the wealth that I created him. Like, no. I think it'd be useful to talk about the arbitrary ways capitalism determines the value of commodity. At least in short, I know it's a minefield topic. Yeah, I have 2 jobs and I'm a Marxist checkmate liberal. So in order for wages to be low enough for there to be profits, there's always a threat of violence. Yeah. Just take my money already and everyone else's. I want to work, but I was radicalized by being disabled and refused jobs. Yeah. I do nothing but talk to people with my mental health knowledge and writing for fun as work all day, every day. That is
how it's supposed to be.
That's how it should be. Oh my God. We don't have to, like, I don't think that we're all meant to just, like, pay rent, you know?
Yeah.
To pay rent, to pay mortgages, to do something, to be able to, like, do you know how crazy cost of living sounds, like, as a term? What the fuck does that mean? Why is, like, a fucking like, for example, like a sparrow, they just live. They just get to live outside. It's so nice. But us humans, we have to have this thing called a cost of living, and we're supposed to pay rent, mortgages. We need to have our credit scores. We need to have all this shit in order to afford to live. What the fuck is that shit, you know?
In order to pluck the apple growing out of a tree.
Right?
Yes.
My God. I just wish I was getting fucking paid for it, because capitalism does. Yeah. I mean, that you're supposed to have, like, you know, your labor compensated. But no. Apparently, it's determined by the capitalists. I wish I were a bird. Oh my God. Yeah. It's an evil so old people accept it as real. Capitalism seems inescapable, so did the divine right of kings, as Leggin said. Yeah. The concrete effect of labor being a commodity means that our time on this earth is an object to be bought and sold. Our time is literally money. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, literally.
It's so. Some people were like, we're gonna live in a dystopia. They're always gonna be like, like 1984. Bitch, you're already living in it. Are you paying rent? Yeah, you live in a fucking dystopia. The fuck do you mean?
I mean, not only are we forced to work, we've also internalized the ideas that it is moral to work.
Yeah.
And then we also got LinkedIn out of it somehow. Like, that is real dystopia going on LinkedIn.
Right? Yeah. LinkedIn. Oh my God.
People
I'm so
patting
glad.
themselves on the back.
Oh my God.
About, look what a good little slave I am.
Right? Like, I don't understand, like, the motherfuckers on LinkedIn, like, yo, are you proud of this? Like, what the hell is this fucking dystopian? I don't know. It's just like, wait, what the fuck? I just can't I can't. I'm just glad I'm not on LinkedIn. But the articles that you sent me from LinkedIn is just so whack. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, LinkedIn memes are.
Yeah. Billionaires have the same 24 hours. No, they fucking don't. They have people doing all the menial shit for them. Exactly. That phrase boils my piss, dude. Yeah. LinkedIn is a cesspit. We are not living in 1984 dystopia. We're living in the 2077 one, like in the cyberpunk, without the fun cybernetics. Exactly. Like, if we are gonna be in a fucking dystopia, can we at least get our cybernetics? Like, I don't want to, like, have, like, stomach cramps. Okay, like, I want to replace my stomach with a cybernetic or whatever. I don't want to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, they're talking about the game Cyberpunk 2077, where you can just, like, replace your body parts with cybernetics. But it's a capitalist dystopia. But at least they had fun with it, you know? They can actually have cybernetics so that they can attack. They can fight back. We can't. We're just fucking bags of flesh paying rent. Oh my God. How much money do I need to give to you to basically make you stop chilling and work for me? The more money you have, the more money I have to pay to get you to do what I want. Yeah, exactly.
Inverse relation between wealth and labor.
Yeah, I wish to have Gatling guns for hands. I would affirm my gender affirming surgery, but with Gatling guns for hands. Yeah. There's an inverse relation between wealth and labor. The more wealth you have, the more your labor costs, the less you work. Yeah, that is true. Because the more that I increased in, like, my income, the less that I actually work, but I have more income now.
And also, there's, like, rich people, they get higher paying jobs for not doing any of the productive work.
Yeah.
Just for like getting more assistance and outsourcing.
Yeah.
Whatever little mental labor they require to do.
It's always a struggle because the worker who is willing to provide labor will try to get the most value out of their time, while the individual who seek to gain from this labor will try to give the bare minimum, just high enough to convince the worker that the payment is worth their time, while also low enough to gain the most profit. Oh, guys, don't start me talking about gits. Ghost in the shell. Yeah, okay. Gender affirming surgery, but I get cool mantis blades to slice my enemies and in the future, in the automated luxury gay luxury communism, we can all get our gender affirming surgeries, with cybernetics. Appleseed, the manga, not the animation. Okay. All right, let's move on to which one? What is socialism, Imps? Yeah.
Sweden, Portugal, Stalin's USSR, Mao's China, revolutionary Catalonia, Norway. All have been described as socialist at different times and by different people. And this causes a lot of problems for us when we're trying to understand what the word socialist means. The word has about 20 different meanings, depending on who you're talking to, generally loosely connected to the idea of worker ownership of the means of production. But it's important to state from the outset that there is no one perfect, universally accepted definition of the word. It's always been a contested term. Following on from this, I can't claim to speak on behalf of social democrats, anarchists, or any kind of right-winger, but what I can do is provide a Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist Maoist understanding of it. So, let's find out. What is it from our perspective? Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an explicitly Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist Maoist perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. First and foremost, we view socialism as a stage of historical development. Specifically, the transitional stage between capitalism and communism. Earlier in the writings of Karl Marx, what we're now calling socialism would have been referred to as lower stage communism, while what we've been referring to as communism would have been higher stage communism. It's really from Lenin onwards that we arrive at this tidier separation of the historical stages into capitalism, then socialism, then communism. Now, as socialism is a transitional stage, it's a bit unstable and prone to backsliding into capitalism. In the socialist transition, you're either continuing the class struggle and moving forward to communism, which we call the socialist road, or you're abandoning the class struggle and backsliding into capitalism, the capitalist road. Importantly, you may reach a stage where you find that you've eliminated classes on paper within your country. Everyone is now legally working class or proletarian. But what about the illegal capitalists on the black market? What about those who've joined your leading communist party but have lingering capitalist ambitions and are working to restore capitalism? What about the bourgeoisie in the surrounding capitalist countries that are trying to destabilise your socialist country? Well, to combat these, we not only continue the class struggle under socialism, but in fact intensify it. And this class struggle continues until classes have been abolished all over the world, when we can finally move to a fully communist, stateless, classless, moneyless society. As much as we'd love to just hit the big red global communism switch, that process doesn't happen overnight, but is much more likely to take centuries to fully complete. Now, let's dial it back a bit and look at the main features of socialism from the ML and MLM perspective. We can loosely group these features under three main categories: the economic aspect, the political aspect, and the transformational aspect. Economically, socialist countries operate under the instruction from each according to their ability to each according to their work. You see the transformation from a capitalist society led by the anarchy of the market with its boom and bust cycles into a rationally planned, centralised economy. This of course eliminates problems like wasteful overproduction as we move towards primarily producing for use rather than production for profit. We see the transformation from private ownership of the means of production to public or state ownership, including nationalisations and collectivisations, under which you gradually see more direct worker control over the means of production develop over time. You also of course have cooperative ownership. And the trajectory for all of these is to progressively transition to the full communal ownership of communism. However, and this is important, this can only help to advance us closer towards a stateless, classless, moneyless society when it's led by the political power of the working class. Which brings us to the second category, the political aspect. Under capitalism, we live under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. This means that the capitalists are in charge, that they're the ruling class, whether that's under a liberal democracy or under outright fascism. Socialist societies are politically led by the working class and its genuine representatives. This is called the dictatorship of the proletariat. Yeah, I know, we need a less scary sounding name for it. This is why you'll usually hear us saying something like working class governance instead these days. The governing body must at all times act in the genuine interests of the working class. How do we ensure that the leading Communist Party doesn't just become a group of power-hungry elitists disconnected from the masses, not representing the people? Easy. The leading party stays firmly connected to the masses through the mass line organisational methods. And if the leading party steps out of line, taking the people down a reactionary path, then the empowered masses rise up against the party itself as part of the cultural revolution that sets it back on the revolutionary communist path. Alright, maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here. Links below for more on those. Finally, the third category is the transformational aspect. Socialism is the transitional stage between capitalism and communism. At all times, the society must be progressing from capitalism towards a stateless, classless, moneyless society.
Let's go.
This includes transformation of the relations of production by abolishing the capitalist class, advancing towards the full abolition of the commodity form, winding down production for exchange and phasing out the capitalist law of value, progressively abolishing markets, eliminating wage labour, abolishing private property, moving production to public or cooperative property of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and eventually fully communal property as the capitalist class is abolished, and maintaining the socialist road to communism through cultural revolution, or rather, multiple cultural revolutions. Some, including Marx himself, also talk about the need for labour vouchers rather than money as we currently understand it in this transformational period, so as to prevent circulation, that MCM capitalist circuit discussed in a previous video, the free purchase of labour power and the means of production, etc. When assessing whether or not a country is socialist, we have to consider all three of these aspects: the economic, the political, and the transformational. If it doesn't satisfy all three, we don't consider it socialist. Even societies under the political leadership of a dictatorship of the proletariat that are actively building and transforming themselves towards socialism aren't necessarily socialist until they've also satisfied the economic aspect. See, for example, the new economic policy or NEP period of the USSR after the Bolshevik Revolution, which was state capitalist due to its economic structure before the USSR became actually socialist a number of years later. Likewise, there was a state capitalist period in China after the revolution which declared the People's Republic of China in 1949 before it became properly socialist a number of years later. Today we've looked at the Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist-Maoist understanding of socialism. It's comprised of three equally important and often overlapping aspects: the economic, the political, and the transformational. Without satisfying all three, we are unable to accurately describe society as socialist by this Marxist understanding. That being said, there are certain cases which are extremely clear-cut examples of socialism, like the post-NEP USSR, while there are also many other societies where the legitimacy is genuinely socialist according to these three categories is still fiercely debated among MLs and MLMs. Next up, we'll be diving back into the relations of production as we finally flesh out the answer to the question, what is class? Thank you for watching this video, hopefully you found it useful in one way or another. I am struggling financially at the moment, so please consider donating €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon or a once-off donation over on Ko-fi. Links in the description box below. Thank you to Rare Hero, Cormac O'Brien, Dan Hunter, Red Corridor Raya.
Alright. Any question from that, imps? Also, I'm just starting to realize that I can actually copy the sub goals in here, like on my browser. I didn't know. None for me so far. Okay. I was already up, been awake for 14 hours. Don't you want to go to bed? Where's the part about defending the nascent socialist country from CIA coups? I think we're gonna be like doing that in the later videos, because these are very much Socialism 101 stuff. Comrade Nikki, do you have anything to add? Oh, Comrade Nikki had a call from the bank, so she's gonna be back in a few. But anyway, let's continue. What is social class? Let's go. We will be on the 7th video.
Now, you're probably familiar with the mainstream conception of social class that separates people into lower class, middle class, and upper class based on certain income levels. For example, we might think of someone who makes €20,000 per year or less as lower class or working class, €40,000 per year as middle class, and €100,000 per year as upper class. It doesn't matter how you make that money. According to this bourgeois conception, the determinant factor in deciding your class is the quantity of money received. But let's consider two cases of people making €20,000 per year. One is a factory worker, and the other is a small-time landlord who owns a house that they rent out. The factory worker makes their money through working and receiving an hourly wage, while the landlord makes their money from the labour of others, extracted through rent payments. By the earlier mainstream analysis, both should be seen as working class due to their identical income level of €20,000 per year. But when we move to socialism, a society led by and in the interests of the working class, only one of these people is significantly going to benefit, the factory worker. The landlord, on the other hand, is in trouble, because landlordism ends as we progressively abolish private property under socialism, meaning our former landlord is going to have to go and get a job like everyone else. This shows that these two people, the worker and the landlord, have two very different sets of material interests based on how they make their money, despite having identical income levels. The worker is materially incentivized to bring about socialism, drastically improving the conditions for the working class. The landlord is materially incentivized to maintain capitalism because it's the only way for them to continue to own private property and exploit workers, which is the source of their income. In truth, the two of these people are not members of the same class. One of them, our factory worker, is a member of the working class, while the other, our modern landlord, is a member of the capitalist class. Let's find out why. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an explicitly Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist-Maoist perspective, with short and easily digestible videos. Usually. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. Please share this video around on social media, Discord, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, etc., as the YouTube algorithm is, to speak frankly, thoroughly fecking me over at the moment. Today we're going to talk about social class, first looking at the proletariat, then the bourgeoisie, then the petty bourgeoisie. But I want to give a quick heads up, I'll be providing quite strict definitions of the different classes here. For more advanced viewers who'd like to know why, I'll be explaining this after the main video is finished, which is why you'll see that this video is significantly longer than most of the other videos in this series. Okay, so what is a social class? Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation, in most cases fixed and formulated in law, to the means of production, by their role in the social organisation of labour, and consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. Classes are groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labour of another, owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. When we talk about class, we're returning to that part of the mode of production called the relations of production, which you may remember from the second video of this series. Class is determined by our concrete relations to the means of production, which leads to certain roles that we fulfill within the productive processes in a given society. Under capitalism, the two main ways that we relate to production are as workers or as capitalists, workers and capitalists being those main roles. And this separates us into two main classes, the working class or proletariat and the capitalist class or bourgeoisie. Now, let's consult our old friend Friedrich Engels to put some more concrete definitions on these two classes. By bourgeoisie is meant the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means of social production and employers of wage labour. By proletariats, the class of modern wage labourers who, having no means of production of their own, are reduced to selling their labour power in order to live. That's it. If you own the means of production and the main way you make your money is through purchasing other people's labour power through wage labour, then you're bourgeois.
Yeah.
If, conversely, you don't own the means of production and the main way you make your money is through selling your labour power, either through an hourly wage or a salary, then you're proletarian. Simple. At least it's simple until we try to apply it to the real world and see that it's not quite as black and white as it first might seem.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, there's a significant difference between a grocery shop worker who receives €20,000 a year from their job and a software developer who receives a salary of €80,000 per year. However, the difference between them is quantitative. That is, it concerns the quantity of money they receive, rather than qualitative, in that they both share the qualities of not owning the means of production and selling their labour power to survive, and therefore both fit Engels' definition of the proletariat. While the grocery shop worker is a standard proletarian, there are also various subclasses or strata within the proletariat to reflect the different conditions of its members. The software developer, like all high-earning professionals who get to enjoy a life of relative luxury under capitalism, belongs to a higher-up subclass or stratum within the proletariat called the labour aristocracy.
Yeah.
Now, that's the high end of the proletariat. At the low end, we have what's called the lumpen proletariat, which includes people who own no means of production, but are often unable to even sell their labour power legally, and often end up resorting to a life of petty crime. Think of those who have to resort to robbery, low-level illegal drug dealing, and so on in order to survive. So that's the proletariat. Now let's move on to the owning class, the capitalists or the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie refers to those who own the means of production and employ wage labour which generates the majority of their income. Think medium and large business owners who make most of their money from other people's labour, not their own. Now, there's a variety of strata within the bourgeoisie that relate quite differently to the global capitalist imperialist system. Some gain from it and support it, such as the imperialists themselves and the comprador bourgeoisie, while others see international capital as a threat to their local business and their livelihoods, such as the national bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
But we'll have to return to this topic at a later stage after we've covered imperialism as the current highest stage of capitalism in order to develop a stronger understanding of what all this means. So this understanding of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie all maps on relatively easily to the popular ideas of the rich versus the poor, the 99% versus the 1%, and so on. But there's also a group in the middle, between the average proletarian and the average bourgeois. This group is called the petty bourgeoisie. For examples of this, think of a small business owner or an independent tradesperson who makes most of their money through their own labour. And this causes all kinds of headaches for us as Marxists because they own some small quantity of means of production, but the majority of their income doesn't come from them purchasing others' wage labour, but rather from their own labour. And with these characteristics, this group doesn't quite fit Engels' definition of either the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. In fact, it occupies a qualitatively unique position of possessing elements of both the proletariat and the bourgeoisie without fully satisfying the requirements for either one. Now let's put a more concrete definition on it. The petty bourgeoisie is that class which survives primarily by their own labour using their own small means of production. They do not sell their labour power to the capitalists, but neither do they, at least for the most part, exist by hiring wage labour. This would apply to a small business owner who works in their own shop, to a small handicraftsman who sells the products that he creates. It'd also apply, for example, to a doctor with their own private practice. Remember, the main source of income for each of these is their own labour rather than the hired wage labour of others. Though there may be a small amount of that involved too, like if the doctor with the private practice has a hired secretary. Okay, so those are the main classes of capitalism. Today we've looked at class or social class, particularly as it presents under capitalism. Of course, different systems have different relations of production and consequently different classes, such as feudalism's peasants and landlords. But under capitalism there are two main classes, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, as well as the petty bourgeois class occupying an unusual position between the two. Within the proletariat, there are also notable subclasses like the lumpen proletariat at the bottom end and the labour aristocracy at the top. Within the bourgeoisie, the most notable subgroups are the national bourgeoisie, the comprador bourgeoisie, and the full-blown imperialist bourgeoisie. It's also important to note that while capitalism dominates the world right now, there are also still remnants of feudal relations of production, which is why you'll still see peasants in many parts of the world. Next up, we're going to zoom out a little bit and answer that question, what is Marxism? Thank you for watching this video. Hopefully.
Okay. All right. Let me just call Comrade Nikki back. I think, I don't know. Comrade Nikki, are you on? I am calling you. I am calling. I wish he covered the reserve army of labor and how it relates to proletarian class. Those jobless and disabled refuse support and work as a threat of obedience to other proletarians. That is also, yeah, I think because this is really meant to just be like a kind of like a crash course to socialist concepts. But I think later on we might come across that again. That's why they don't ever want to solve the problem of homelessness, because that's like a looming threat to everyone. Okay, if you don't want to work, that's how you're gonna end up as, you know, a stark reminder to keep your head down and keep working for the man. Hold on, where is Comrade Nikki? Are you on? I've been calling you. Where is Comrade Nikki? Okay, we're back. Hello? Hello?
I think you may have to do my volume thing again. I'm not sure because we started the call.
I think it's okay. The volume is fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. The reserve army labor is also the lumpen proletariat.
True.
Yeah, the lumpen proletariat are not categorized by the fact that they don't have class consciousness. That's actually something that was like biases from Marx and Engels. They thought the lumpen proletariat are like reactionary. They will not be able to participate in the revolution. And
yeah.
That was Huey Newton's contribution to Marxist theory that the lumpen proletariat can have class consciousness. They can develop class consciousness.
They
because
do,
largely
yeah.
black people are lumpen proletariat, right?
Yeah.
Because they push the margins and they're not, I mean, outside of those who were engaged as, as chattel.
Yeah.
There's also army of them. And also same thing with like India and all of these global south countries. The unemployment is by design, which keeps the employed action of the proletariat disciplined.
Right?
Yeah. Because they can be replaced.
Yeah, it's always a reminder that like everybody is replaceable, basically. You're just another cog. It's just another cog in the machine. Replaceable.
They also Marx and Engels, and I think some of those early leaders also thought like sex workers are lumpen proletariat.
Yeah.
They don't have class consciousness, which is not, of course, not correct.
Yeah.
Sex workers can be quite radical because of their experience as sex workers.
And there are like a lot of sex workers that are socialists.
They have unions.
Oh yeah, they do have unions.
Yeah. One of the like there's some pieces of writing or content, like some articles that stay with you forever, right? One of those things is the Manifesto of Sex Workers from Calcutta. It's from 1997. Yeah, I think you sent me
that. I think you sent me that one.
Yeah,
when we were talking
everyone
about.
should read.
Yeah.
Like I read that over and over again. It's very short, it's just a few pages.
There's a little bit of a split in the among the MLM like wing of that they don't consider, like they want to abolish sex work, but from the perspective of sex workers themselves, like they don't,
And we should abolish the work part of it. The rest just becomes whoever wants to do whatever with whomever. Yeah. A lot of the anti-sex work discussion is based on like moralistic views.
Yeah, true.
That they're selling their bodies. All workers are
Everyone is
hoes.
selling their bodies. We're all hoes for capitalism. What do you mean? They're just explicitly selling sex work. But we're all selling our bodies. Come on. Get with the program. If you live under capitalism and if you get paid, you have a wage labor, you are selling your body, okay? Just yeah. I think that's like their a strategy of divide and conquer. Like, oh, I'm, at least I don't sell my body. Yes, you fucking do. What the fuck
Especially
do
if
you
you're
mean?
in the army, you're gonna go
Right?
die for.
For a stupid.
Kids never join the army, like not like in really dangerous situations or whatever. Like they do
Yeah.
it for the photographs, the paparazzi. Or is it Marxist analysis of gig workers like Uber drivers? They own the means of production.
They
in what
don't
they
own
do.
the. What?
I mean, they own the car, but do we really know if they own? Because I think a lot of them even have the cars on loan. So it's not like they necessarily own their cars, and even if they do, they're still very market dependent. I mean, I was reading this book today while I was on the way to pick up my niece.
Yeah.
The book on surrogacy and gestation. And,
yeah, the book that you told me about.
and they said that true freedom is when you have zero market dependency. Like if you're dependent on the market, then you're not free.
You do not own the means of production, my dude. Gig workers, no, they're very it's a very unstable gig economy. It's very precarious. You don't get delusional that you think that you own the means of production, or like that you have like you're your own boss. No, you are not. You're market dependent.
In India, we call that unorganized labor. Basically, 97% of the Indian labor force is unorganized. Basically, they're like maids or rickshaw drivers, of farm workers and peasants. And the delivery system in Indian cities is like we get like 10 deliveries in a day. We can get even an onion delivered, and then someone will be there just waiting for an order to just pick up an onion and come give it to you. So they're very, I mean, yeah, they're proletariat. I mean, they're not proletarians, and they're not like factory workers, of course, in the strictest sense of proletariat. But these names are not so rigid,
Yeah. Just
like I think this video, I love Lenin's definition, and I actually taught this to my niece because I teach her history and civics. She's now in the 8th grade.
Oh, whoa, wait, your niece is on the 8th grade now?
Yeah.
What? Damn, she's growing. Man, kids grow so
she's
fast.
taller than
Holy
me.
shit. Damn. I remember you sending me pictures of your niece when she was like, I think, that was 5 years ago.
She was a baby.
Yeah, she was a baby. But what the fuck? She's in 8th grade. Holy shit. Okay. Man.
So, yeah, we had to study the Indian Constitution. And the preamble to our Constitution talks about how these are these rights. Everyone has these rights, irrespective of their gender, caste, status, and stuff like that. So I was explaining these things because there's no context in these books for why you're reading this, why these things even exist. They're like, oh, caste, race, gender, all these things just exist, and they always have existed. And,
right?
like neoliberal education is so diverse from like historical context.
Yeah.
So I was explaining this to her, and I brought up Lenin's definition. I said because each of these are a form of class.
Yeah.
Race is a form of class. It's not biological. It's a social construction. Race as we understand today did not exist before 500 years. It existed only with European colonization. Like black, brown, yellow, red, they have specific meanings. Black is enslaved, brown is colonized, yellow is also colonized, but it's meant to talk about, East Asians, and red as an indigenous, like
yeah,
settler colonized. These are specific things like if we manage to, transform society into communism or socialism, race as we understand today will not exist. It will become ethnicities. Because
Yeah.
because whiteness itself is not fixed, right? Whiteness is a moving target.
Yeah, like back then, like the Irish people were not even considered white. Italians were not considered white, but they're white now. Russians were not considered white, but they're white now, you know? So, yeah. It's a moving goalpost.
And Samio says a proper socialist country will make sex work obsolete without the threat of poverty. Why would people engage in such risky jobs? I mean, then they would just be having sex for pleasure. It's not a job anymore. Yeah, it's actually not crazy. Color out of space to think that a lot of people do have genuine interest. You'll actually see some petty bourgeois or labor aristocrat versions of sex workers. They enjoy what they do, and I mean, if they enjoy, really
like the ones the high paid OnlyFans people, like the content creators, they enjoy it, you know. So a lot of them enjoy it, and under communism, if work is abolished, they just, like a lot of people would just have sex and they would offer services to relieve sexual tension, I guess.
Okay, this is a very important comment that we should address. I think inside fantasy, saying, imagine your sister in the place of the sex worker and draw your own conclusion. That's the thing. It's a very moralistic thing, because we think women being monogamous is a virtue. But the truth is, all our moms probably, and definitely our grandmoms and their moms and anyone who's getting married is pretty much a sex worker, because your sexual and reproductive labor is being exploited by the husband.
Yeah.
And we do not bat an eyelid about that.
Yeah, because she's beholden to one guy forever to raise his children.
Women are, they're told to get married. They'll get married, and they're told that she's supposed to have children, so they have children. So they're doing sexual labor and reproductive labor to benefit patriarchy.
Yeah.
And
basically,
that's the thing. We think, like, not having sex with a lot of people or having sex with just one person for the rest of your life is a virtue. It's not.
Okay. Well, who else? Let me read some of the people in the stream. The main risk comes from its legal status. Any job that operates without legal protection is risky, and plenty of sex workers legitimately enjoy what they do and would continue to do it if they don't depend on it for an income. Yeah, there are some people who are forced into doing sex work because, they had to make ends meet. But there are also, like we said, some people who just enjoy it. It's not that hard to imagine that there are some people who enjoy doing sex work. To enjoy sex, sex. Oh wait, like will I get TOS from Twitch there? Imagine, okay. Oh, that's why the thing, the way to approach it is making it safe for people to do it, and if it goes away, it goes away. But it should still be protected like any other job. Yeah, if it was consensual and she wasn't doing it from desperation, then it's whatever. To be honest, yeah. There we go. Making no comment about either side of the argument, I think a lot of the discussion about sex work by people who aren't sex workers can be very paternalizing. But the thing is, like, this comes from sex workers themselves, though.
Yeah. Actually, I'll just bring that PDF and post it here. I highly recommend everyone read it, because it's from Sex Workers Union from 1997, and they've got like a proper. They have a dialectical materialist analysis of the conditions and also like what their demands, the visions, all of that. Like it's a brilliant piece of writing. It's very insightful.
Yeah.
I've returned to this over and over again.
Yeah, can you send me the link?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I also posted in the chat.
Okay, and then why insert a transaction if it's consensual? It's just sex. Yeah, it's just sex. Like we said, it's just sex. There's no more transaction. Like people would be like, okay, like like they would offer services, but without the transaction, like they would just enjoy having sex, For example, in Russia, they respect Stalin very much because he forbade the permissiveness that existed at the beginning of the revolution. Although Stalin and the first revolutionaries were communists. Forbade what? Permissiveness of what? Exactly. Under communism, there is no sex work. It's just sex. Yeah, for fucking real. Also, Zerald, welcome, and thank you for subscribing. Oh, sorry, Cameron, Nikki, go ahead.
I actually have to go. I think there's some family emergency. My mom's calling.
Oh,
So
really?
sorry, but
My God. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go. But if you're around, like in 30 minutes or so, I should be able to return.
Okay.
But you continue, like go ahead with the videos.
All right, sure.
Yeah. Sorry, Ems, I gotta go, but maybe I'll be able to hop in later.
Okay.
Thanks,
All right.
everyone.
Bye, Comrade Nikki. She will be
Bye.
she will be back though. if we're still here, I think I'm still gonna be here. But you're gonna. What time are you? Like, what time is it there in your place?
It's 10 minutes to 6.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm still gonna be here until like maybe in 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Later. Just message me when you're back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, imps. I think there's a continuation for this. So let's continue.
Hopefully you found it useful in one way or another. I am struggling financially at the moment, so if you're able to, then please consider donating €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon or a once-off donation over on Ko-fi. Links in the description box below. Thank you to Rare Hero, Cormac O'Brien, Dan Hunter, Red Corridor Roya, Christian Nabalis, Daniel H, MLM in Practice, Roja, Libertarian Stalinist, Comrade Romano, Jason, Michaela Schmidt, Mamarius Hex, Ryan Hodgson, Donald Quishleva, Gabriel Bailey, Lapanian, Hugh Jass, The Rhineway Condition, Jess, Ian McShay, Soup, Pontus, Hagen Mitchells, Evan Crossland, and Boraku Gorilla. Cheers everyone, agus slán fo. Okay, for those still here, the beginner's Socialism 101 part's over. From here on out, things are going to get slightly more jargony and a lot less aesthetically focused. But here's some footage of dogs to visually occupy things while I talk anyway, because, well, who doesn't love dogs? I want to quickly address some potential concerns that some may have, specifically around how I use the term petit bourgeois, the lack of discussion of the semi-proletariat, the professional managerial class, and so on and so forth. I suspect some may argue that the class analysis put forward in this video is quite narrow and maybe a bit mechanical. I'm going to take a moment to explain why these are the positions I've put forward here in anticipation of some of the responses this video is likely to elicit from some of the more seasoned comrades in the audience. First and foremost, I've been an active Marxist for about 5 years now, and over that time I've been wrong over and over and over again about many different things. I fully accept that I may be wrong about this, and I welcome criticism to help correct this, addressing errors and blind spots so that we can collectively develop the correct position together. So keeping that in mind, I wanted to explain why I omitted the larger and more expansive definition of the petty bourgeoisie that includes highly paid salaried professionals, many of those with state jobs, people in managerial positions, etc. We can see this definition on Marxist.org, which I'll shorten for brevity's sake. Petty bourgeois. 1. The class of small proprietors, for example owners of small stores, and general handicrafts people of various types. This definition maps onto the definition of petty bourgeois proposed earlier in this video, so we're in line so far. However, then Marxist.org gives a second definition of petty bourgeois that I specifically didn't put forward in this video. 2. The petty bourgeoisie also refers to the growing group of workers whose function is management of the bourgeois apparatus. These workers do not produce commodities, but instead manage the production, distribution and/or exchange of commodities and/or services owned by their bourgeois employers. While these workers are a part of the working class because they receive a wage and their livelihood is dependent on that wage, they are separated from working class consciousness because they have day-to-day control but not ownership over the means of production, distribution and exchange. So there are a few serious issues with this definition. It appears to erroneously make consciousness the determining factor of a person's class, completely overriding their objective material relations to the means of production. This definition concedes that they are workers and are a part of the working class, but we don't consider them working class because somehow their subjective consciousness separates them from the rest of the proletariat, which stems from the privilege they experience relative to other workers as a result of having some measure of control over the means of production, though not ownership of the means of production. This poses a problem for Marxists as materialists, because this appears to be a philosophically idealist understanding of class. Class here is being determined more by one's thoughts and consciousness rather than their objective material conditions. It places primacy on the ideas rather than on the material. For while the individuals in these positions may be more prone to being ideologically aligned with the bourgeoisie, they are still materially proletarian, as this definition even concedes. And we are materialists, so we have to try our best to begin our analysis with material reality, rather than on one's notions about themselves which may lead to false consciousness. As Scott Harrison says in his essay, Comments on the Term Petty Bourgeoisie, when writing about this very topic, there's blatant confusion between the petty bourgeois ideology of one section of the working class with what actual social class they should be considered to be objectively a part of. The MLM goal, at least, is to define social classes on the basis of the different and distinct relationships that specific groups of people have to the means of production. Thus, as the proletariat, working class, bourgeoisie, capitalist class, and petty bourgeoisie, sometimes incorrectly identified with what is currently known as middle class, should be properly defined, each is quite distinct and separate from the others. Yes, individuals may be part of one of these classes in some respects and part of another in other respects. A worker may own some small number of shares of stock, for example, but the classes themselves must be different and distinct and their definitions must not overlap. And specifically, those in each class should share a common relationship to the means of production that is not included in the definitions of other classes. If this condition is abandoned, social classes lose most of their analytical usefulness, as indeed has happened to the quintessential bourgeois term, middle class. If we return to Engels' definition of the proletariat put forward earlier on, the class of modern wage labourers who, having no means of production of their own, are reduced to selling their labour power in order to live.
Yes.
We can see very clearly that all of the people who are considered petty bourgeois employees, such as public school teachers, supervisors, etc., would 100% meet these criteria. They don't own the means of production and they're forced to sell their labour power through wage labour in order to survive. Conversely, they don't have anything to do with the definition of the bourgeoisie as the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means of social production and employers of wage labour. They're none of those things. They aren't the exploiters, although it is true that some of them, including supervisors and managers, play a role in increasing the level of exploitation that occurs in order to maximise profits for the capitalists. So, I argue that we need to have a clear and concrete definition of classes that's rooted primarily in material reality. And this isn't to deny the importance of understanding how some sections of the proletariat may be more amenable to revolutionary ideology, while others may be more prone to identifying with reactionary bourgeois ideology or harbour bourgeois consciousness. We absolutely need to study all of these phenomena in great depth. But our analysis must always, as materialists, be primarily rooted in material reality. And as such, our analysis must begin with one's objective material conditions, one's concrete relations to the means of production. And from there, we can build on that and develop a deeper understanding of false consciousness and how bourgeois ideology has penetrated many strata of the proletariat. But as materialists, we need to be able to clearly delineate between people's ideologies and consciousness on one hand, and their objective class position based materially on their relations to the means of production on the other. I want to take a moment to say that this question of whether or not these workers are part of the proletariat is of great importance to us as socialists. Under the transition period of socialism, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, one of our main tasks is to abolish the bourgeoisie, to assimilate them to the proletariat. As everyone is then proletarian, there's no longer class distinction and the proletariat thus abolishes itself as we reach the classless society of communism. Now, under the socialist transition period, categorising teachers and doctors and other professionals as bourgeois or petty bourgeois causes us an immediate problem, because our task as the dictatorship of the proletariat would then be to abolish them with the rest of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. As we can imagine when we think this through to the socialist transition period, it's quite detrimental to the development of socialism to identify them as bourgeois or petty bourgeois. Simply put, using one concrete example, we need doctors. We most definitely should not be trying to abolish them. Now, regarding the so-called professional managerial class, or PMC, I made a video about this some time back laying out many of the problems that have been discussed here, namely that it's just not a class from a Marxist materialist perspective, while still accepting that we do need to understand the unique features of these groupings as part of the proletariat. As for the semi-proletariat, I don't see the necessity of this term. To the best of my knowledge, it appears to refer mostly to the lowest sections of the petty bourgeoisie, who are themselves deeply exploited and in many cases in worse off positions materially than the average proletarian. And this state of being deeply exploited is suggested to give these people a kind of proletarian consciousness, meaning their interests more closely align with the interests of the proletariat than the bourgeoisie. This falls into the same trap mentioned earlier, where better off sections of the proletariat are considered petty bourgeois based on their consciousness, their ideology and their political inclinations. And, though in reverse this time, this still gives primacy to ideas and consciousness over material reality. This group is objectively petty bourgeois in that they, to return to the earlier definition, survive primarily on their own labour, using their own small means of production. They don't sell their labour power to the capitalists, nor do they exist for the most part by hiring wage labour. Nonetheless, they are extremely exploited and oppressed in various ways. I would therefore suggest that it's better that we can clearly delineate their objective position as part of the petty bourgeoisie, while also acknowledging that they are extremely likely to have what we might call proletarian consciousness, and are consequently very likely to be allies to the proletarian revolution. Okay, so those are my positions right now. Hopefully that explains my thinking a bit and helps to clarify why I left these categorizations out of the initial Socialism 101 part of this video. However, and this is really important, people far smarter and more well-read than me do sometimes use these more expansive categorizations. People who are actual authority figures in the international communist movement. Mao, for example, can be seen referring to the semi-proletariat in analysis of the classes in Chinese society. In the same text, he also calls primary and secondary school teachers petty bourgeois.
Yeah, I read that.
You can see that he uses a more expansive definition of petty bourgeois than I used in the initial video here. So the comrades who argue in favour of this expanded definition will find plenty of justification for doing so among the greats. However, warning, hot take coming here, the fact that one of the great communists said this doesn't necessarily make it objectively true for us as scientific socialists. To claim that it does would be to treat these figures theologically, and would certainly be falling into the trap of dogmatic book worship.
That is true.
So, in that spirit, we should be open to respectfully disagreeing with these figures if we ever feel they're incorrect, or perhaps if their analysis was correct for the particular time and context in which they were writing, but is no longer true or applicable to the modern world. Scott Harrison's essay touches on this a bit more, so I'd strongly recommend if comrades are interested in the arguments that I've been putting forward in the latter section of this video, then they should absolutely read that essay and engage with it more there. Again, before we wrap up, I want to stress that I may be wrong about all this. It may be the case that in a few months or a year, comrades will help me to realise the errors in this analysis, in which case I'll make a part 2 to this video correcting those mistakes.
Okay.
I want to give a massive thanks to MLM in Practice for talking me through this conversation in depth, offering that alternative expansive perspective. I suspect this fantastic comrade will at some stage make a Paul Moran is wrong about class video to rival the mighty work of Premier Lyles, and I very much look forward to continuing the conversation on this topic and developing a clear analysis collectively.
Yeah. See, this is how Marxists accept criticism. They just take the L. Take the L. You were wrong, take the L, and, you know, just get good. But, yeah, he's right about, not treating authority figures in the communist movement as, you know, like their words are set in stone, because they themselves, like, nothing is set in stone. That's the basic principle of the dialectics. Nothing is set in stone. So whatever their analysis were back then, like, you know, it was based on the context of their time, you know. So if they no longer, those things no longer are no longer applicable to our society, then yeah, we have to adjust, you know? We have to make these adjustments as we go along. Because it's a living and breathing, science. Boss just came to give me instructions while on eat. I'm listening to this. Jokes write themselves down. Thanks, Mata, for the link. No worries. Is communist literature read along or book clubs thing a possibility in future stream? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Comrade Nikki, I've been doing this a lot with Comrade Nikki. We read the same thing and then we go on like a Discord call, not a Discord call. Like we use Facebook, but we go on VC. Okay, like. And then we just discuss our reflections on the literature that we just read, That's basically what Comrade Nikki and I have been doing. We do the same thing for like psychology. We do the same thing for theory. We just that's just what we do together. We just do things together. So like if there's like something that like the topic that interests us, and we do it together and we grow together. That's how you keep friendships, I think, that would be possible. I would love to do that. Because I don't know, I'm still, testing out whether you, the imps in following me on Twitch, the ones who are more interested in the political side of me, political side of things. I'm not sure, how much you would want to invest in, doing a read-along or stuff like that. So now that you put that into suggestion, I will take that into consideration. And also, if other imps are interested, do chime in though. Would you like to do that? Not necessarily a read along, but more like a synthesis. We have an assigned reading, right? Kind of like the book of the month or whatever, and we can just talk about it, at the end of the month, or yeah. We don't have to use books. We can use audiobooks. We can use any means. Or if you just want Spark Notes, that's fine too, Yes, please. Okay. Man, I wish I still had the will to read. I used to have depression be hitting hard. It doesn't have to be reading, you can use audiobooks. It's education is you can it's a multifaceted thing. You don't have to just education is not just reading. You can listen to it. Monthly recommendations, yeah. But I also take into consideration I'm also very busy musician. So there might be times where I'm not gonna be able to do these types of things. And I'm just gonna be on chat, working out or doing my chores. Because sometimes there are bouts of creative bouts for me where I don't want to do anything else but write songs or do music, Man, I want in on the Mana Nikki psychology hour. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that too. I actually love doing that because we did that back then. I think it was in 2022. I also did a stream about attachment styles with Comrade Nikki, and we also touched. I think we also tapped into a little bit of the what do you call this? The internal family systems. Gabor Mate. Yeah, we discussed a lot about his stuff on YouTube. That stream lasted for 6 hours. A slave or serf do not sell their labor for wages, but they are still hella oppressed. Also, when Marx and Lenin were writing this shit, proletarization was in the process and not as widespread. Yeah. That's why their analysis is not, it doesn't apply anymore. Love the spirit of this guy. We're all working toward the same thing, even if we disagree. The hard lines between opinions and ideologies are a lot further away than the fucking internet want us to feel. And of course, we have Diamat, develop as we grow. Yeah, exactly. And never take anything as gospel. Yeah. That's the thing about the very much like the very big misconception that people would call communists is just like, oh, you worship Marx or whatever, Lenin. No, we don't. We fucking criticize what they did and what they wrote. Like, oh yeah, he's wrong here. Never. We don't see them as, like, you know, we don't take their word as, like I said, we don't take their word as gospel, because that's just, we're inching into theology. That's just, it becomes theological. Unfortunately, there are no English subtitles, but I mention it because it uses enormous empirical density, and its sources are mostly in English, so you can have access to great historical and empirical readings that are curious and strange. Ooh, man, okay. I think having this social space to discuss the points makes a book club. Reading along book club. Reading along a lot more viable, more motivating to consume theory. Yeah, that's true. That's why Comrade Nikki and I wanted to do this, because like it's something that, like, you know, like in her area there's like not enough movements, you know, to support like Palestine, or like there are like not really like organized spaces for her to, like, you know, do this. So for us to be able to do this here on Twitch, like that's just something that she's really motivated, and she's like, it's giving her like a new purpose in life. Does Comrade Nikki make videos or write? Comrade Nikki is an artist. She used to be a painter, and then she moved mediums, and now she's a digital creator. She's a digital artist now. She doesn't have a social media presence though. I mean, she posts her art on her what do you call this? On her IRL social media. Although I would suggest though that I might suggest Comrade Nikki to have like a public, to have like her public page, so that you can support her. I think a book club kind of thing might work better on Discord than Twitch though. Yeah, but we can discuss the points on Twitch, you know. A 3 hours and 30 minutes of socialism. This is even bigger than a university class. Good job. Thank you, Jod Gov. My point of expertise are autism, ADHD, trauma, and personality disorders, and I don't pretend to be an authority or on anything else. So yeah, that's good. You can contribute to a lot of our discussion in when it comes to psychology. I think this is the result of anti-socialism / communist propaganda. Yeah. Laundry stream, yes. I sometimes would have to just do that, to just chat with everybody. The biggest problem of the Soviet interpretation of Marxism is that they take what Marx said as theology. Yeah. I don't think that they took it as theology though. Much like what like Mao also said, like he heavily criticized Stalin also. Camarada JX, I'm back. Welcome back. Okay, shall we continue? What is Marxism?
What is Marxism? Isn't that just the same thing as communism? Or socialism? Maybe? Well, thankfully, You don't need to worry about questions like these because you've already watched the previous episodes of this series which explain those terms. And you know that socialism and communism are stages of historical development which come after feudalism and capitalism. And since you've been studiously following this series, you've already been learning Marxist theory, from understanding modes of production, to property, to social classes, and everything else covered thus far. Give yourself a pat on the back, you're killing it. But it's the 7th episode in, and we still haven't defined what Marxism actually is. So, let's go ahead and do exactly that. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an explicitly Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist-Maoist perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. Please share this around on social media as the YouTube algorithm is thoroughly fecking me over at the moment. Now, Marxism's a tricky thing to define because there are so many different facets to it that no one single short definition will ever be sufficient. So, the purpose of this video is not to provide one perfect definition, but rather to briefly introduce some of the major Marxist concepts and provide a basic backdrop so that we can dive into each of these individually in much greater detail in later videos. Marxism on one hand refers simply to a body of thought, the political and economic theories of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. On the other hand, Marxism is an all-encompassing worldview, an ever-expanding theoretical toolbox that empowers us.
Might I just add the greatest bromance in recorded history.
To look behind the curtains, unveiling the hidden processes which have given rise to all that we see before us, and to consequently more deeply understand the very nature of reality itself. But, let's be honest, this explanation conceals more than it reveals, and that's not good enough because one of the main purposes of Marxism is to demystify and to help us see clearly. However, Marxism isn't just another philosophy, despite regular claims to the contrary. Where philosophy seeks only to analyse and understand, Marxism is a scientific theory that generates revolution and propels society forward to its next historical stage. But long before we arrive at the inevitable conclusion of the working class rising up to overthrow the capitalists who've been robbing us of the surplus value that we've generated through our labour, which they call their profits, we need to understand that Marxism is, at its most basic level, simply a method of analysis. This method is rooted in what's called dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism consists of two components, dialectics and materialism. Dialectics is the analysis of contradictions, or conflicting opposing forces, and how these contradictions drive change. Materialism refers to where our analysis begins, with matter, atoms, scientifically verifiable, concrete material reality. This is opposed to beginning with ideas, or religious or spiritual notions. Knowledge isn't handed down from the heavens, but rather built up from the ground.
Yeah.
The application of dialectical materialism to world history and societal development is called historical materialism. Now, when Marxists talk about Marxism, at its core, this is the method that we're generally referring to, historical materialism. Through this method, we can understand that the contradictions within societies, and more precisely the class contradictions, become the motor for social historical transformation. Arising from these class contradictions is class struggle, and it's this conflict which propelled us from slave society to feudalism, from feudalism to capitalism, and what gets us from capitalism to socialism. A modern example of class contradiction would be between the working class or proletariat and the capitalist class or bourgeoisie. The working class generates value through their labour, while the capitalists appropriate a large portion of that value created. What capitalists call their profits is really just stolen surplus value that workers have generated. Capitalists seek to extract as much surplus value from workers as possible, while workers seek to end this exploitation and receive the full value created by their labour. This is a contradiction inherent to the capitalist system that can only be resolved by moving towards the next stage of social historical development, socialism. How do we get to socialism? The same way we got from feudalism to capitalism, the only way that's ever successfully progressed society from one system to the next. The revolutionary overthrow of the exploiters by the exploited, thus resolving the class contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, propelling history forward to its next stage. There's a lot to unpack in what's just been said, but don't worry because we're going to flesh this all out a lot more in the next video, which is going to be dedicated specifically to dialectical and historical materialism. Now, beyond the core of dialectical and historical materialism upon which everything else is built, Marxism can also refer to a number of other concepts developed by Marx and Engels, most notably including the Marxist law of value, which, to oversimplify, reveals that the value of a commodity, manifested in its exchange value as opposed to its use value, is determined by the socially necessary labour time that it takes to produce it. Base and superstructure, which reveal the way in which the economic base of a society, in our case the capitalist mode of production, gives rise to the superstructure of society, which then in turn helps to reinforce that base. Examples of the superstructure would include things like the state and other political structures, the law, the media, art, the education system, religious institutions, and even ideologies themselves, which all help to reinforce that economic base, which in turn reinforces the superstructure, and so on and so forth. Commodity fetishism, which reveals the way in which the commodities that we encounter on the market mystify us and obscure the real human relations which were involved in the creation of these commodities. For example, it's often nearly impossible for us to know the workers in the sweatshops and the conditions under which the products we encounter on the market have been created. Thus, the real social relations between people ourselves are hidden, and in its place appear to us merely relations between things, those things generally being the money in our pocket and the product on that shelf. Marxism also includes his theory of alienation, which describes the various ways that working people become alienated, that is, separated or detached, through the process of capitalist production, particularly in how the products of a worker's labour don't belong to the worker themselves, but instead belong to the capitalist who pays that worker's wage or salary. Now, these are all massive oversimplifications, but don't worry because we're going to dive into each one in much greater detail over the next few videos. Importantly, all of these Marxist concepts coalesce and reveal to us the unsustainable nature of capitalism from a thorough analysis of class society in its totality. And not only do they diagnose the problems, they also provide the solution to resolve the
Also, the clown in the chat conveniently forgot that the death toll of capitalism. Like, okay, if you're talking about death tolls, let's compare and contrast. There are more deaths under capitalism, you fucking clown. All right, anyway, let's not engage with those because it's just gonna derail the discussion. I'm just saying, you know what? Like, if you're talking about numbers of death, oh, really? You're talking about numbers of death? Okay. There are more deaths under capitalism, my dude. So, yeah, work on that one brain cell, one lone brain cell that you have.
Contradictions inherent to capitalism. Today we've looked at the key components of Marxism. We've gone directly to its core by touching on dialectical materialism and its application to socio-historical development, historical materialism. We've briefly dipped our toes into the waters of the Marxist law of value, base and superstructure, commodity fetishism, and Marxist theory of alienation, and we've set the backdrop for studying these Marxist concepts and more in greater depth in the upcoming videos. One last thing. It should also be pointed out that Marxism is a developing scientific theory. Since the time of Marx's writing, it's been greatly built upon, developed, and expanded through the rich experiences of real-world class struggle. World historical socialist revolutions have led to qualitative leaps forward in Marxist theory. In light of Russia's Bolshevik Revolution, it progressed from Marxism to Marxism-Leninism. And in light of the Chinese Revolution, it progressed from Marxism-Leninism to Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. But what do each of these theoretical developments entail? Well, those are topics for more advanced parts of this series. But for now, it'll suffice to say that Marxism is not something that's stuck in the 1800s or even the 1900s, but is instead a theoretical method that's always growing by learning from its failures and building upon its successes, right up to this very day. Next up, we're going to dive back into dialectics and deepen our understanding of historical materialism. Thank you for watching this video, hopefully you found it useful in one way or another. I am struggling financially at the moment, so if you're able to, then please consider donating €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon or a once-off donation over on Ko-fi. Links in the description box below.
Okay. Let's move on to what is dialectical materialism.
Dialectical materialism is the philosophical underpinning of Marxism. This foundational part of Marxism requires a significant amount of attention and study, far beyond the scope of what's possible in a short video like this. After you've watched this video, take a look at the reading and resources list with books, articles, podcasts and other YouTube videos in the description box below and dive into those materials to continue to develop your understanding of this important topic. Now, in order to develop a well-rounded understanding of dialectical materialism, we need to consider both of its aspects in detail, dialectics and materialism. But first of all, we need to clarify a couple of points up front. When we talk about materialism, we're using the philosophical understanding of the term rather than the popular concept of being materialistic. We're not talking about being overly concerned with worldly possessions, being obsessed with acquiring consumer goods or anything like that. The philosophical materialism that we'll be talking about today is in contrast to philosophical idealism, which is not to be confused with the popular usage of the term idealist to describe a person who's guided more by lofty, unrealistic ideals rather than by practical, realistic, grounded considerations. So that's what we're not talking about. Now let's get into what we are talking about. Dialectics, materialism, and their combination into dialectical materialism. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an explicitly Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist-Maoist perspective, with short and hopefully easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. Now, dialectics as a concept has been around for thousands of years, and we can trace its roots back to both ancient Eastern and ancient Western philosophy. We can look to the works of Plato to see demonstrations of an early idealist dialectical method. These are dialogues between two characters who argue back and forth with one another, refining their arguments in the process through exposing flaws in each other's positions, and together developing the correct conclusion. The first person will initially present an argument, the thesis. The other person will then present a counter-argument, the antithesis. And through argument, a more refined position is reached between them, the synthesis. But that's not the end of it. Now this synthesis becomes the new thesis. And in opposition to this new thesis, we see a new antithesis emerge. And from this new thesis and antithesis, we arrive at another synthesis, and so on and so forth. And this triad of thesis, antithesis, synthesis is often the way in which we're taught to understand later iterations of dialectics. Most notably the idealist dialectics of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. However, it's important to state clearly that Hegel himself never formulated it this way, and that this simplified formulation can cause problems in trying to correctly understand dialectics. Importantly, rather than seeing the thesis emerging and existing by itself for some time, only to be challenged by the antithesis at an indeterminate later stage, the thesis and antithesis, the two contradictory aspects, emerge simultaneously. For a less abstract and more concrete example of this, there can be no exploiter without the exploited, no bourgeoisie without a proletariat. Their existence depends on each other, and so both emerge simultaneously in unity and contradiction with one another. A unity of opposites. Now, you'll notice that by introducing the dialectical relationship between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, we've shifted gears from focusing on the contradiction between simple conversational ideas, the realm of philosophical idealism, and have instead moved to discussing class contradictions, the realm of philosophical materialism. Unlike Hegelian dialectics, which rely on idealism, Marxist dialectics are materialists. But what does this mean? Philosophical idealism posits that existence is inseparable from human perception, that reality primarily stems from the mind perceptually or from ideas of some kind. This is exemplified in the statement, "I think, therefore I am," wherein thought precedes and affirms reality. The beginning of existence here is subjective thought. Extreme versions of philosophical idealism can be seen in solipsism, which holds that a person can only be certain that their own mind exists, and that everything else outside of that is potentially just an illusion.
Okay, I met a solipsist online, like, you know, remember the MySpace days? I was like talking to this dude. I was just like, I was probably like really young, and I was just like, wait, okay, so like I was really confused by what he's saying, and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a solipsist. I'm like, oh, that makes. And then later on, when I went to college, right, I read about solipsism, and then it started to make sense. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, no wonder that guy's full of shit. Okay. Anyway.
Philosophical materialism flips idealism on its head, becoming I am, therefore I think, wherein objective existence precedes subjective perception. Rather than assuming that all existence begins with the ideal, with subjective thought, with consciousness, the products of the mind, philosophical or ontological materialists accept that there is existence beyond and before our mere perception, that matter objectively exists independently of whether or not we subjectively perceive it. In stark contrast to idealist notions, Marx posits that it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Marx believed that this idea of a mind that somehow exists separately to our physical bodies is incorrect. It is impossible to separate thought from matter that thinks. This matter is the substratum of all changes going on in the world. Thought then comes from matter, the brain being the material organ of thought. Lenin summarized it when he stated that materialism in general recognizes objectively real being, matter, as independent of consciousness, sensation, experience. Consciousness is only the reflection of being, at best an approximately true, adequate, perfectly exact reflection of it. In other words, materialism holds that objective material reality exists whether or not we subjectively perceive it, and that matter precedes thought. Therefore, materialists begin our analyses by studying matter. Now, this battle between idealism and materialism has been a long-standing debate in philosophy. However, modern science has long since come to embrace materialism as its starting point for research. But where the popular materialism of scientific discourse often falls into the trap of being a materialism that finds itself static, rigidly fixed in one place, Marxist materialism is anything but static. Rather, Marxists view all matter as interconnected and constantly in motion, constantly changing. Darwin's theory of evolution illustrates this interconnectedness of everything in the material world and the process of constant change and motion. Everything that currently exists only does so as the result of processes that have been ongoing for billions of years, processes of dialectical development between opposing or contradictory forces. It's precisely the study of dialectics which allows us to move beyond metaphysical rigidity and understand the perpetual motion of the material world. Lenin reminds us that dialectics in the proper sense is the study of contradiction in the very essence of objects. Objects here meaning literally all phenomena. Let's take a deeper look now at contradiction through the fundamental laws of dialectics.
Dialectics. How can we better understand it and apply it to the world around us, and especially in our organizing efforts? Well, one of the fine gentlemen behind me laid out 3 fundamental laws to help us understand dialectics. The first law is the unity and struggle of opposites. The second law is the transformation from quantity into quality. And the third law is the negation of the negation. Let's break these laws down. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites holds that the unity of opposites exists in all objects and processes from beginning to end. Vladimir Lenin once said, "The splitting of a single whole in the cognition of its contradictory parts is the essence of dialectics." And Mao Zedong once said, "The law of contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of materialist dialectics." Within every object, 2 contradictory aspects form the entire object. These 2 aspects both unite and struggle, pushing that object forward, placing it in constant motion. This is also known as the law of contradiction. Lenin said it best: in mathematics, plus and minus, differential and integral. In mechanics, action and reaction. In physics, positive and negative electricity. In chemistry, the combination and dissociation of atoms. In social science, the class struggle. 1 divides into 2 is another way of identifying the contradictions within an object or process. In this case, mathematics is divided into plus and minus, physics into positive and negative electricity, so on and so forth. As dialecticians, we must find the 2 contradictory aspects of that object in order to understand it concretely. This is the law of unity and struggle of opposites. The law of the transformation of quantity into quality. This law explains that gradual quantitative changes give rise to revolutionary qualitative changes. Basically, quantity is gradual change, quality is revolutionary change. This law takes into account how all things and processes go from being one thing or process to transforming into another thing or process. The essence of a thing gradually changes through increases and decreases, but after a certain level of gradual change, a qualitative leap occurs which fundamentally changes that thing or process. With
There's
this
the
law,
Pokemons.
we must understand that a fundamental change that occurs within an object doesn't just occur with gradual changes, but a qualitative leap must occur for actual change to occur. For example, when we heat water up until it boils, the temperature gradually changes until it transforms from a liquid to a gas, representing a qualitative change. Or when we freeze water until it transforms into a solid state known as ice. Examples like these are found all over the universe, including human society and human thought. In the Marxist sense, when we apply this law to society, the qualitative change is revolution. This is the second law of the transformation of quantity into quality. The law of the negation of the negation. This is sometimes referred to as negation and affirmation. And the simplest
Divide
way
by
to explain
0.
this law is when the new supersedes the old. When the old state of an object reaches its limit before a qualitative change occurs, this is the first negation. After surpassing this limit, the object transforms into a new state, which is the second negation. Therefore, we
Negation
have a
of a
negation of the negation. The negation, or the limit, is negated or superseded by something new. Karl Marx described an example of this law. The capitalist mode of appropriation, the result of the capitalist mode of production, produces capitalist private property. This is the first negation of individual property as founded on the labor of the proprietor. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation. It is the negation of the negation. This does not re-establish private property for the producer, but it gives him individual property based on the acquisitions of the capitalist era, meaning on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and the means of production. Negation, in the Marxist sense, does not mean completely wiping out the existence of something. In the process of an object transforming from one state to another, old remnants of the old state still remain in the new state. When feudalism became dominant after slavery, slavery still remained. When capitalism became dominant after feudalism, old remnants of feudalism still remained. Even when socialism becomes dominant after capitalism, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism still have remnants which remain and must be overcome in order to reach communism on a global level. A negation of the negation means a transformation from the old state into a new state of an object, when the new supersedes the old, but in a way which has continuity with the past, but also ruptures from it. This is what Marxists mean when we say progress does not travel in a straight line, but in spirals. Lenin described it as, human knowledge is not or does not follow a straight line, but a curve, which endlessly approximates a series of circles, a spiral. To sum up, life, society, and ideas are in a continual process of gradual changes, which can build up into revolutionary qualitative changes due to the contradictions within a process. And this is all pushed forward by the unity of opposites within that process. And there we have the three laws of dialectics, which form the basis of the philosophy of Marxism.
Today we've taken a look at the development of both dialectics and materialism. We've traced dialectics all the way back to Plato, through Hegel, and up to the modern day. We've also explored the differences between philosophical idealism and philosophical materialism, as well as connecting that materialism to dialectics in order to better understand the interconnectedness of all things which exist in constant motion. Will from the Peace Report laid out Friedrich Engels' 3 fundamental laws of dialectics. 1. The law of the unity of opposites, wherein 2 aspects of a contradiction are in opposition, yet are interdependent and so united. 2. The law of the transformation of quantity into quality, wherein incremental quantitative changes in quantity, give way to revolutionary qualitative transformations, changes in quality. And 3. The law of the negation, wherein the old gives way to and is supplanted by the new. In short, dialectical materialism is the philosophical underpinning of Marxism, which posits that there are opposing forces which exist within all phenomena and that these contradictions drive change in the material world. Next up, we'll be looking at how this applies to social historical development as we dive into historical materialism. And I know some of you are itching to learn more about contradiction, given that it's a fundamental part of understanding dialectical materialism, so that'll be covered in the following video. Thank you for watching.
Did you guys read Mao's explanation on contradiction? I think that's for me, that's how I really start to understand contradictions. Let me look at the what do you call this? I'm gonna look it up in Marxist.org. Yeah, on contradiction. And let me look that up. I'm gonna link. Where's Mao? Why can't I not find him? No. No. Let me just look in the archive. Must find Mao. The fuck is Mao? Why is he not here? Man, Marxist.org is just like it's like what do you call this? A website in 1999 or something. In the 1990s. They never updated anything. Why is Mao not here though? Or am I missing something? I'm just like a dumbass that didn't know how to look up shit. Okay, maybe I should just look at it on. Eh. All right, there we go. I wanted to link this because it made me helped me understand contradiction. This one. There we go. Oh yeah, there you go. The Mao selected works, yeah. Thanks. You are faster than me. But I specifically wanted to link on contradiction. Caesar taught me about simple dialectics. But of course I'm studying history, so I'm kind of based in that sense. Ah, that's true. I think it's better to study history from the perspective of oppressed people. You know? I think a helpful point of expansion would be discussion on the difference between an antagonistic and a non-antagonistic contradiction. But I don't know if that's beyond the scope of this stream. Yeah, that is very complicated. Like, let's just move into like the Socialism 101 clips, and we can make dedicated streams on understanding contradiction, I guess. Yeah, that's like every Trotskyist website. I mean, at least the Trotskyists are doing something good in terms of this, you know? I feel like they're just benign. Like, just, you know, like, I don't really see them as a threat. Roger Dodger. Is it the one where the courier has a speech 100 rant about Hegel? I love that one. I want to quote a funny FNV meme with Caesar, but it's really vulgar and it's kind of sus. Yeah, maybe not share it here. I got some trot horror stories, but those are for the monochord. I guess there are some really weird trots in LATAM. You know, like I heard a lot, like the most virulent Trotskyists are from somehow, I don't know why, they're in Latin America. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Like the whole Comrade Delta fiasco. Yeah. All right. I need to go. I need the bathroom break. So I'm just gonna play the video about historical materialism. Okay.
Slave society, feudalism, capitalism, socialism. What is it that separates these different stages of history? Is it purely technological development? Is it just the great ideas of individual members of the respective ruling classes building and structuring society according to their grand visions? Marxists argue no. Instead, we understand societies and their respective modes of production as being the products of particular material conditions. In other words, we base our understanding on the materialist conception of history, or historical materialism. The materialist conception of history starts from the proposition that the production and, next to production, the exchange of things produced is the basis of all social structure. That in every society that has appeared in history, the manner in which wealth is distributed and society divided into classes or estates is dependent upon what is produced, how it is produced, and how the products are exchanged. So what are the main differences between the various stages of history? Production and exchange. Under capitalism, we produce and exchange very different kinds of products in very different ways to what was seen under slave society or feudalism. For example, imagine trying to explain purchasing a Netflix subscription on your smartphone using online payment methods to someone from ancient Greece. It's not just a problem of explaining technological development, but the nature of the product itself, how it was produced, and how it's being exchanged would all seem completely alien to someone existing within the confines of ancient Greek slave society. The material conditions required to make this purchase possible are so vastly qualitatively different to that which existed within slave society that it'd be impossible to even comprehend such an exchange. So how do we get from there to here? How does society move from one stage of historical development with a particular mode of production to another? Today we're going to apply the philosophy of Marxism, dialectical materialism, to historical development to find out. And in doing so, we're going to dive into the science of Marxism, historical materialism. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. We're often presented a narrative about societal progression and development that centres around great men with lofty ideals who, through their bravery and boldness, push the wheel of history forward to its next stage. However, Marxists posit that the final causes of all social changes and political revolutions are to be sought not in men's brains, not in man's better insight into eternal truth and justice, but in changes in the modes of production and exchange. They are to be sought not in the philosophy, but in the economics of each particular epoch. Marxists recognise that we didn't progress from slave society to feudalism, nor from feudalism to capitalism, as a result solely of impressive individuals with big ideas. Rather, these historical progressions were the result of contradictions within each historical epoch being resolved, specifically through the development of the society's productive forces and the transformation of the relations of production through class struggle. This key concept uncovered by historical materialism, that society progresses from one stage of historical development to another, from one mode of production to another, through the struggles of classes that exist in contradiction with each other, is why Marx wrote that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. Within each mode of production, there are exploiting and exploited classes that come into contradiction with and struggle against each other. Slave owners and slaves, landlords and serfs, capitalists and workers. How do we identify these opposing forces? Through historical materialist analysis. Let's take the modern example of the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. To identify this, we use the dialectical materialist philosophical approach of studying the contradictory aspects within an object. Here, the capitalist mode of production's relations of production. From our understanding of dialectics, we know that the two aspects of a contradiction exist in both unity and opposition with one another. We know that the bourgeoisie and proletariat rely on each other for their existence, but have opposing interests and so will struggle against one another towards the resolution of the contradiction, and in so doing will drive social historical change. We know that this struggle, the class struggle between the two, will entail incremental quantitative changes which will give rise to a revolutionary qualitative transformation. That the negation will finally be negated with the realization of the abolition of class society in communism. When we apply dialectical materialism to society and historical development, like this analysis of capitalism's contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and what the resolution of this contradiction entails, we're engaging in historical materialist analysis. By understanding how opposing forces drive change in general with dialectical materialism, we understand that social historical development is no exception. The science of historical materialism posits this general law of motion, that the struggle between opposing classes in society is the propelling force for transitioning from one mode of production to another. That is to say, history moves according to class struggle. Now, importantly, history isn't nearly as linear as it might seem from this discussion so far. Societies may skip certain stages, or they may advance to one stage only to regress later, as we saw with the defeat of 20th century socialism and the re-establishment of capitalism. But in saying that, even with these regressions, capitalism once again creates the conditions necessary for socialism through its class contradictions, through the contradiction of its social character of production and its private form of appropriation, and so on, which continue to push society forward to its next historical stage, socialism. Today we've taken a look at the application of dialectical materialism to social historical development in order to understand the science of Marxism, historical materialism. Through this, we understand that the various stages of historical development are the result of particular material conditions which give rise to different methods of production and exchange. We've learned that history moves according to class struggle, not according to the ideas of great men. And we've looked at the principal contradiction of the capitalist mode of production which necessitates resolution in the form of revolution, thus progressing society onto the next stage of social historical development, socialism. Next up, we're going to deepen our understanding of dialectics by diving further into contradiction.
Yeah, there we go. He has a
Thank you to all the
video
supporters on
dedicated on
Patreon. I couldn't
contradiction.
do this without you. Thank you Ian McShay, Ugopnik, Matthias Hugness, Annex Magnus, Burku Gorilla,
Let's go,
Ryan
Ugopnik
Hodson,
is
Soup,
funding him.
Evan Crossland, Madeline, Sonic232, Sagan, Michaela Schmid, Christian Nepales, Cormac O'Brien, Brian Roos, Alfonso Dingo
Oh shit! No, I was muted. I was saying that let's just move through the videos because it's just like everything here is just general knowledge or general like concepts of socialism or like Marxism, etc., etc. And next stream we can just like have more specialized streams that, for example, like we're gonna have a stream about how patriarchy and capitalism work hand in hand together, something like that. So for this one, it's just like an introduction, a rough introduction, or it depends on like if a lot of people would want to, you know, really get into like the each basic like a deep dive into each basic concept. But that, I think that is too like, we can do that on like offline though. But for the sake of like introducing concepts, right, to like just have like a basic understanding of this, for it's really like just for people who want to know more but they don't really know where to look for information, or they don't know, like they're just kind of intimidated in the entire thing. Because like a lot of people online, like a lot of Marxists online, or people who would claim that they're Marxists, like they just gatekeep. I just don't understand, like, you know, like try to make it more palatable or try to make it more digestible so that actual people can get into it, you know. Hot take on a history novice: every once in a while there is an individual whose personal view was a shaper of history. It depends. I guess you would say that Marx was also kind of like not a shaper of history, but more like he kind of like pulled the wool from people's eyes in a way that Galileo Galilei also did that back then. He was literally, you know, jailed for his beliefs, etc., etc. Juche does account for this, but again, it's way beyond the scope here for like, yeah, Juche is not Socialism 101. Do they really, or do they not have the support group or an environment in which they grow? I'm on. Hello, Sparky Marlin 45. Welcome to the stream. I'm thinking like a Napoleon or Stalin, someone who, through extremely specific circumstances where an individual has so much power over certain events. I don't think Stalin had a lot of power. But he definitely made decision based on, you know, the circumstances back then. Yeah, like revolutions would still happen with or without Marx, but Marx provided contextualization. Yeah, it was inevitable. Like the thing is, it didn't have to be Marx, you know? Like Marx was just some guy, right? He was just some guy. He could have been anyone. He just happened to have a very like much more like a he formulated a very very succinct critique of capitalism, and it's still relevant to this day. But it didn't have to be Marx, you know. It could have been anyone. That's why we don't really lionize these people. We don't, you know, we make fun of his letters to Engels. The fuck? We meme the shit out of Marx. We don't treat him as gospel or a god or whatever. Like most, you know, like most right-wingers would accuse us of doing. But they're actually like the ones who are doing the exact same thing that they accuse us of. Succinct. Das Kapital, pick one. You're so right. The thing is, okay, all right. Touche, okay? Like, I think that for a better understanding of Marx, read someone who has a more, what do you call this? A better interpretation of Marx. Embrace Mazovian thought, comrades. Disco Elysium. Thank you for the stream. It's class time now. Bye, Aiden. Enjoy college, graduated fetus. Stalin wasn't a single guy ruling the entire country. Yeah, exactly. He didn't have any power. Like, he didn't have the power that people thought he did, you know? It's just some fucking liberal kind of like myth about Stalin. Like how liberals would treat, you know, the Kims. Like, apparently, I don't know where they got this, but they were like, what? Like, what do you mean fucking unicorns? What the fuck do you mean, bro? I don't think they did that, though. I don't think their people believe that either. Yeah, best to steer away from cult personality. Exactly, which quite a few people still fall for. Yeah, I think that's because of liberalism, too. Read Mao instead. He knew how to... Yeah, Mao is very... the way... Okay, to be honest, I understand dialectics better because of Mao. Like, that's why I linked on contradiction. Because it's directed towards, you know... towards peasants. Want to understand Marx? Read Lenin. Oh yeah, that's also true. Power Wolf, thank you so much for subscribing. Not gonna lie, reading from some old dudes isn't very appealing. I mean, I got you there. Like, you know, I get it. I get you. That's why we're doing these Socialism 101 so that you don't have to like really get into it with those old textbooks. You can get the Spark Notes, but if you want to, like, you know, really learn for yourself, yeah, you definitely have to read, though. But you don't have to read. You can use audiobooks. Like, we talked about this, right? Like, Comrade Nikki's mentioned, yeah, you don't have to read. You can just, you can use audiobooks or some crash course stuff. Do I have a bad news for you? That was his main failing, honestly. The USSR wasn't prepared for his death. I think Stalin only had social clout as one of the original Bolsheviks, but at the end of the day, he didn't have single-handed control of the council and only had one vote. Exactly! Taking the example of Galileo, there was a thriving community of scientists back then. The material development of optics, partly fueled by Portuguese and Dutch funding, better telescopes. Yeah, Stalin kind of didn't. He was general secretary on the council. He didn't have more of a vote than anyone else there. The common dictator shit is a psyop. Yeah, it's not. He's not. He's not. Also, didn't Mao believe the evolution was not inevitable? Wait, what? Where did you read that? That's like a complete opposite of dialectics. It is inevitable. Good thing there is YouTube nowadays where you can hear young people talk about what old people wrote. Exactly. This is what we're doing now. Hello, Toga Himiko. Welcome to the chat. And Powerwolf. Thanks for making things accessible. I usually just stick to videos. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, like, you know, you just do it, you know? Just watch. Just use audiobooks, videos. Education can be accessed in different forms, you know? You don't have to be dogmatic about, oh, like, you should read everything from cover to cover. As long as you have a basic understanding of things, I think that's the gist of it. As long as you get the gist of it, that's the most important thing. What are we currently talking about? We're talking about this. Like, revolution would still happen with or without. Yeah, I'm way too behind. Oh my god. Thanks for making things accessible. Okay. Or like the dumbest shit, like the Kims never needing to shit, or like inventing the burger or some shit. Yeah, I know, right? Where do they get all of these from? Like, I don't think that DPR Koreans would like believe any of that, even. If anyone really believes in those, like, they are too gullible to exist. Yeah, I mean, Yummy Park, am I right? Read Das Kapital so that when you see linen rolls, you start laughing. Fucking... Okay, to be honest, I haven't read volume 2. Fuck that. Fuck you, Marx. I will read Lenin instead, thank you. If you people want real theory, then read Yanis Varoufakis. Techno-feudalism, what killed capitalism. Yanis also had like some good takes. Not gonna lie, even someone who has to read a lot of academic literature, the Communist Manifesto took some effort to get through. Yeah, for something so thin, right? Like, I have to like take it in for like a couple of, like, I have to space it out, you know? I'm not entirely sure. I just heard it somewhere else. I will look into it. Okay. Really, it's like 4 pages and very incendiary. We are talking about our 2 dads, yeah. Wait, which dads? Marx and Lenin? It's been a while, so I don't remember exactly what about it that made it feel opaque, but I do remember having that impression. Maybe the German way of writing sentences that are 3 paragraphs long. Yeah. Luckily, not everyone writes like Kant. Yeah. Man, I had to learn about the what the fuck that I had to take philosophy courses, right? And what's the universal law, the imperatives. The categorical imperatives. There we go. Man, I had to memorize this shit. The Kantian ethics. Yeah, fuck that. Our 4 dads, Marx, Engels, and Mao. Hello, Adorned. Welcome to the chat. I say I love philosophy, but reading through Kant was torture. Yeah. And Stalin is not a dad because he was a daddy when... Stalin is not a dad because he was a daddy when young. What? Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's get through this. We're gonna get into contradiction. Okay, let's go.
You've probably noticed terms like contradiction, antagonism, principal aspect, and so on being used throughout this series, and used quite differently to how they might be understood in the popular context. We've spoken about the antagonistic contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and about how the bourgeoisie is the dominant aspect in capitalism. But what does this actually mean? What exactly is a contradiction? Where do we find these contradictions? How exactly do we determine which aspect of the contradiction is dominant? Are contradictions always antagonistic, or can they be non-antagonistic? Isn't this all just abstract nonsense with no bearing on the real world? Today we're going to take a look at the answers to these questions and more. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. What exactly is a contradiction? A contradiction is when two seemingly opposed forces are simultaneously present within a particular situation, an entity, or an event. So when we refer to contradictions, we're referring to the presence of the two opposing forces within phenomena, within objects, within processes. We refer to each of these opposing forces as the aspects of the contradiction. The proletariat constitutes one aspect of a contradiction, while the bourgeoisie constitutes the other aspect. Now these contradictions are everywhere, emerging within every facet of existence, both in ideological phenomena and objective phenomena, in mind and matter. Contradiction is universal, and this movement of opposites exists within all objects and processes from beginning to end. Every single thing in the world is in motion. If it is no longer in motion, it ceases to exist. This is even true of inanimate objects that are made up of cells that are put together at the same time they are breaking down and decomposing. Every single thing has its own internal contradictions, constituting the primary fundamental cause of its motion and development. While interactions and interrelations with other things, external contradictions, are secondary factors in development. That being said, while contradictions exist everywhere and everything is interconnected, each contradiction contains its own unique, particular characteristics which constitute the nature and essence of that thing. An egg and a rock have very different contradictions internally within each of them, and when subjected to similar external factors, such as applying heat, one of them will transform into a chicken, while the other will remain a rock. This is because, despite both being subjected to the same external force of heat, there are particular internal causes within the egg providing the basis for this transformation into a chicken. So while contradiction itself is universal, each particular contradiction is unique, even to the point where you'll notice that the contradiction between similar forces will be handled differently in different circumstances. For example, class struggle, even specifically between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, manifests in very different ways in different places and times. While of course having similarities due to the universal aspects of this contradiction, the Bolshevik Revolution and the Chinese Revolution played out very differently due to the unique particularities of each situation. The particularities of contradictions have to be studied carefully in order to understand how they are properly resolved. As Mao states in On Contradiction, qualitatively different contradictions can only be resolved by qualitatively different methods. For instance, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is resolved by the method of socialist revolution. The contradiction between the working class and the peasant class in socialist society is resolved by the method of collectivization and mechanization in agriculture. Contradiction within the Communist Party is resolved by the method of criticism and self-criticism, and so on and so forth. Different contradictions are resolved in different ways. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. Now, when we're analysing contradictions, we'll notice that there's a seemingly endless number of contradictions that exist at a given time. So we always need to ask, what is the principal contradiction? There are many contradictions in the process of development of a complex thing, and one of them is necessarily the principal contradiction whose existence and developments determine or influence the existence and development of the other contradictions. For instance, in capitalist society, the two forces in contradiction, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, form the principal contradiction. The principal or primary contradiction has a knock-on effect that influences all other contradictions, which we call secondary contradictions. Examples of secondary contradictions would be the contradiction between the petty bourgeoisie and the big bourgeoisie, between competing capitalist powers, between bourgeois liberal democracy and fascism, and so on. These secondary contradictions are all determined, or at least heavily influenced by, the primary contradiction. Though, importantly, the primary contradiction is not permanently fixed or static and can shift over time. Secondary contradictions can become primary and vice versa. Now, when looking at contradictions, we always need to uncover what the principal aspect of that contradiction is. While we need to study all aspects and avoid being one-sided in our analysis, the principal aspect or dominant aspect will determine the nature of a thing, so we always need to ask which aspect is stronger in a contradiction. For example, in the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is the principal dominant aspect. They are the stronger force due to their bourgeois state apparatus, their police, their military, and so on. Now, the existence of the bourgeoisie doesn't automatically make a society capitalist, such as in the late stages of feudalism when the bourgeoisie existed as a smaller, weaker force. It's only when the bourgeoisie becomes the dominant force that we can say that the nature of a society is definitively capitalist. However, similarly to the shifting principal contradiction, the principal aspect of a contradiction is also not fixed or static, and instead is always changing as a result of the struggle of opposites. The bourgeoisie may be dominant right now, but it hasn't always been this way, and it won't always be. Through revolutionary class struggle, putting the dictatorship of the proletariat in place, the proletariat becomes the principal or dominant aspect of the contradiction, fundamentally changing the nature of that society, though we'll return to the implications of this point a little bit later. Now, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is what we would call an antagonistic contradiction. This is a hostile relationship of exploitation that can't be resolved peacefully, as history bears testament to. However, there are also non-antagonistic contradictions that can be resolved peacefully. As mentioned earlier, the contradiction between the proletariat and the peasantry is non-antagonistic and can be resolved through the means of agricultural collectivization and mechanization. Problem solved without even so much as a scratch. Let's say you and your friend have a disagreement over whether or not a certain country is socialist. This in itself is a non-antagonistic contradiction, so the two of you can simply sit down and have a chat about it and come to a resolution together. There's no need to kill each other over it. But unfortunately, this is a problem on the left, where non-antagonistic contradictions are often treated as antagonistic.
I know, right? The endless infighting and no actual IRL revolutionary movement and no vanguard because of this bullshit infighting online. And even sometimes in real life too, they all have this bullshit.
Minor disagreements about this or that become sources of huge amounts of hostility, transforming non-antagonistic contradictions unnecessarily into points of antagonism. Conversely, political centrists, rightists, and opportunists generally have the opposite problem, where they treat antagonistic contradictions as non-antagonistic, proposing peace.
For real, I mean, I think a lot of the infighting that goes on in like online, it's because of the lack of practicality, like the practical application. They don't even have praxis. What do you mean? You just tweet all day, motherfucker. The fuck?
Where the only solution is force. For example, the antagonistic contradiction between a brutal occupying colonial force and a colonized people is sometimes treated as something that can be resolved peacefully through the ballot box.
Yeah, it does come from that, and there's no party discipline because we're not in a fucking party.
But as Frantz Fanon reminds us, decolonization is always a violent event. So we need to carefully study each.
Like if we are all like if we are organized, like there's obviously a better way to like address, you know, criticisms towards each other. But since we're not beholden to each other, we're not really, nobody's holding anyone accountable. They can just talk shit online. And also they could honestly be just like psyops too, to you know, divide and conquer people. Divide and conquer strategy from CIA, FBI, whoever, you know. So there's that. There's those elements as well. So it just all gets convoluted. So the best thing is you just find your local, you know, your local movements and have like and you know, be in solidarity with them. So you can have like actual IRL praxis. Like that's like what I'm doing here in Japan. Like I'm joining the Palestine protests. It's not necessarily that most of these people are, you know, are actual socialists. I did talk to some of them. One of them is Algerian. And well, you know, they're very vehemently anti-capitalist. And I'm like, hey, let's go, you know? So like I do talk to people on the ground, and you know, some of them are liberal, some of them are actual socialists as well, and vehemently anti-capitalists. But yeah, like I'm just in solidarity with them for the cost to, you know, to the single cost dedicated for Palestine, you know. At the most, they're all anti-imperialist, okay? Posting is not praxis. Yeah, I mean, it could be, as long as you have like also like it's you know, it's also in tandem with what you do in real life. Because sometimes, like, you know, like there are some people with disabilities and they can't really organize in real life, and all they can do is like like post agitprop online, and that's fine. But like the thing is, like, a lot of people who are so vocal, like vocal online, and then they start fighting other people, is that those motherfuckers are able-bodied and also just fucking lazy, you know? They just want that online clout and then nothing else. It's very annoying. It's really, really annoying. It's incredibly annoying to deal with these people. Anyway, moving on.
Each particular contradiction to understand whether it's an antagonistic contradiction that can only be resolved by force, or a non-antagonistic contradiction that can be resolved peacefully, and then act accordingly. Now, why does all this matter? Why do we need to understand dialectics, historical materialism, contradiction, and so on? Because, as the big man once said, philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. And if we want to change the world, then we need to understand it and its laws of motion. Misunderstanding dialectical materialism as the philosophical basis for motion and development, and particularly the law of quantitative change and qualitative transformation, leads people to erroneous views of socio-historical development, specifically reformist incrementalist views focused entirely on quantitative changes rather than on qualitative transformations. For example, pushing the idea that you can just vote in socialism, or somehow reform capitalism all the way to communism without revolution, which is ahistorical and demonstrates an acute misunderstanding of dialectics. And many people who call themselves Marxists make these mistakes all the time. In fact, many of these same people even struggle with basic questions like what is capitalism or what is socialism, which can only be sufficiently answered.
Capitalism is when no food. Wait, capitalism is when iPhones. Communism is when no food.
With a thorough understanding of contradiction. What do I mean by this? Mao teaches us that the nature of a thing is determined mainly by the principal aspect of a contradiction, the aspect which has gained the dominant position. As such, in a given society, when the bourgeoisie is the principal aspect, the nature of that society will be capitalist. However, Mao continues, this situation is not static. The principal and the non-principal aspects of a contradiction transform themselves into each other, and the nature of the thing changes accordingly. The dominator will become the dominated, and vice versa. And this means that when the proletariat becomes dominant and the bourgeoisie dominated, the nature of the society itself within which this is happening fundamentally changes, putting it on the road to communism. The implications of understanding the principal aspect of a contradiction gives us
That's why it becomes a dictatorship of the proletariat, right?
Unique insight into the question of whether or not this or that society is socialist. While there are certainly many specific characteristics of this transition period, it's no longer simply a shallow question of communist aesthetics or sloganeering about the commodity form, but rather a scientific socialist examination of class contradiction that asks, which aspect is dominant? Now, how does a class enforce its dominance? Well, to answer this, we can ask, how does the bourgeoisie maintain its dominant position? To put it bluntly, primarily down the barrel of a gun. Specifically through bourgeois state violence, or the threat of it, largely through its police and military forces. Which is why the police break strikes and repress the workers when we try to unite, and why they facilitate forced evictions. They protect private property and the capitalist class, not the proletariat. And as long as these bourgeois state forces remain in place, unchallenged by a proletariat able to match its strength to defend our own specific class interests, the bourgeoisie will remain dominant in the contradiction and capitalism will prevail. Today we've taken a look at the meaning of contradiction. We've touched on its universality and particularity, the principal contradiction, the principal aspect of contradiction, and the place of antagonism in contradiction. We've also considered why studying all this matters, addressing what can sometimes feel like abstract philosophizing by examining the concrete real-world implications of dialectical materialism. As always, these videos are just introductions to much larger subjects. To deepen and fully develop your understanding, you need to struggle with these topics a lot more. So make sure to continue working through the reading about contradiction and dialectical and historical materialism in the description box below. Next up, we'll be looking at utopian socialism and scientific socialism.
Oh, Engels.
Thank you to all the supporters on Patreon. I couldn't do this without you.
Okay, hold on. Let's look at the what's in here. What does he have here? Oh yeah, okay. The dialectics of nature. Yeah, dialectical and historical materialism. It's largely Marxist.org. Yeah, this one on contradiction and on practice. Yeah, I've read these. I haven't. Oh yeah, I've read this. I've read this one too. I haven't read this one. The principal contradiction. Okay. This one, I read this. I read the classics. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Not read that one. This one, this one. Okay. All right. You can just go to this video and then look at the description. And if you want more, like, further reading, because this is like really crash course into it. So you can just go into these websites. Yay, reading, yeah. But if you don't want to, you can just like watch the videos, you know. But in order for you to become actually, if you know, for you to have like, to be a principled communist or a principled Marxist, socialist, whatever, you know, you need to know the materials that you're. How can you stand on business if you don't even know what the business is, right? So. You gotta learn your stuff. Knowing is half the battle. Okay, let's go.
You've probably heard people saying things along the lines of, socialism's great in theory, but terrible in practice. That it's a beautiful idea, but ultimately that it's utopian. And that if we want to be realistic, then we have to accept that capitalism is simply the only system that works. Abandon your utopian idealism and embrace a system which requires infinite growth on a planet of finite resources.
Yeah, because that's really totally realistic, am I right? We have 10 surplus Earths that we can go through so that we can reach our infinite growth.
But beyond the obvious absurdity of capitalists claiming that socialists are the utopian idealists, as though we live in a parallel universe where up is down and down is up, when you start reading Marx and Engels, you hear these socialists calling other socialists utopians.
Yeah.
There's no escaping it. The difference, however, is that Marx and Engels actually know what they're talking about. So, what is it they have to say? What is utopian socialism and how does it differ from Marxist scientific socialism?
Okay, hold on. Let me just read the chat before we move on. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Stream started smelling like bacon. Power blooms from the barrel of a gun. Yeah. People hear dictatorship and think Mao, Stalin, Vuvuzela food kitchens. Not realizing they live under a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Exactly. Because of course the bourgeoisie would want to obscure that. They don't want people to know that it's either the dictatorship of the proletariat or the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So they don't want that. They don't want you to know that. Why would they? Why would they want you to get class consciousness so that they can get Marie Antoinetted? No. Of course, they would try their best. You know, for years now, the CIA have been doing their best. This video was a fucking banger, girl. I know, right? That's why I chose this. I chose this series because it goes progressively in difficulty. But even still, like he puts it in very simple terms. You know, Americans often substitute praxis and actually getting work done for posting, but it's more specifically with people living in the imperial core. Yeah, true. But we can vote from 2 parties, but always vote blue or else. It is false consciousness for sure. This was actually surprisingly on point. Yeah, right? Power of the gun. Something just popped in my head. Would the world be more peaceful if everyone has a gun they can use to defend themselves with? I don't think, no. It really depends on the context though. In and of itself, it's not. I don't think so. Would you really want to give a gun to like a fucking mentally unstable person that can just use the gun to kill other people. It was way more complicated topic that can be answered in one quippy comment on a Twitch stream. I just need to insist that this is a way to explain ontology. If you study math or computer science or even electronics, contradictions there mean something very different. Okay. I figure it might be, but it's nice to place. It's a nice place to start my reading. Okay, that's good. Oh my god, it's a video for the clown from earlier. Exactly, right? But I banned them because they did not engage in good faith. I don't engage with people who do not engage in good faith because it's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my time and energy. Why would I do that? Why would I put myself through that? I am not a martyr, you know? For sure. We see answers to this in things like Red Guards in the DPRK and China in the past. Everyone protecting each other and themselves rather than having force monopolized by the state for better or for worse. It really depends. Yeah, like I said, it depends on what kind of society it is. Because look at America right now. Mark Fisher at it again with, yeah, right? Capitalist realism, yeah. People cannot imagine what it's like. What like people cannot. It's hard for people to imagine an alternative to capitalism. I also wouldn't describe allowing less than 1% of the population to control 90% of this means of production as a working system. Yeah, exactly. It works for them. I think this is because of hyper-individualism. It's not like they don't want to help, but due to individualism, they straight up don't know how to. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. There's a lot of, the liberalism comes with hyper-individualism. You know, like, you have to don't use straws. You have to use your echo bags, you know? Fucking bullshit. When billionaires like every day use like private jets and shit, right? But no. You have to avoid using plastic bags or else.
Let's find out.
It's a personal failing.
Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and hopefully easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. And if you'd like to support Marxist educational content, then toss in €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep this going. Now, unless you were born into a Marxist household or something like that, there's a good chance you've probably gone through a stage early on in your political development where you conceived of socialism as a kind of liberalism plus.
Yeah, I think Warhound, that's like what the Cold War accomplished. It became like ingrained in people's psyche that, you know, communism bad. They basically won the Cold War.
You may have realised that slogans like liberty, equality and fraternity, upon which modern bourgeois liberal society is supposedly built, appear to only apply to the rich.
You know what? Yeah, like in the like, have you seen I've seen parts of the DNC rally. What the fuck? There were like freedom, liberation, blah, blah, all those empty words, and then like, my God, when they were confronted by the issue about Palestine, and they're just like, I'm speaking. Shut the fuck up, Kamala.
Well, the rest of us are
Kamala Marxist. I don't like Kamala Harris. I would very much prefer Kamala Marxist.
Forced to toil systematically under constraint, inequality and isolation. And so maybe you've thought, well, in that case, we should look into doing a bit of socialism, because socialism actually can guarantee us all liberty, maximum possible equality, and nurture fraternity. The basis for socialism then would be...
I can't remember who said it, but we need the language to describe something to understand it, so they tried to scare us away from learning it. Yeah. That's why our history has been scrubbed off of, like, relevant socialist figures, or like they get whitewashed, like fucking Frida Kahlo, you know, she was a Stalin fangirl. She was very much communist, you know, she was a very 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 communist lady, but she's like appropriated by like liberal feminists, you know, her images are like being used to like for liberal feminism. It's so cringe. Oh my god. What the fuck? Like, I really hate it. I fucking hate seeing those type of shit. Like, man, didn't you know that Frida Kahlo was a fucking, like, hardcore commie? Like, what the fuck? Capitalism, though, is problematic in many ways, especially through the lens of higher, harder, faster, more, which has maximum N and is the reason why so many bubbles that burst are there in the first place. Exactly. The co-opting of revolutionary aesthetics by the ruling class to enforce control, but the propaganda behind the word freedom is crazy, you know? Yeah. Freedom, liberation, and the strongest, most deadly imperial force in the world, yeah. Freedom through the gun is one of the most stupid things that seems to be popular. And how they propagate the third world too with earning their liberation. Yeah. Thanks a bunch. I will look them up. Okay. Einstein, Frida Kahlo, and so many other. I know they have been scrubbed of their socialist backgrounds. They were just like, oh, it's just some guy. It's just this very smart person, but totally ahistorical and had no opinions about history or no opinions about their current situation, you know, about they were just, Frida Kahlo was just like, portrayed as just this eccentric lady who likes to make self-portraits of herself, you know, like a self-portrait and shit. But they totally did not include her self-portrait with Stalin. Okay. Like, I think that's a really very much important work. Why did you exclude it from her collection? Damn. And I didn't know that Helen Keller was also socialist, apparently. Yeah, like Einstein. Picasso, yeah. Picasso's kind of weird, though, but, like, you know. But these artists, right? They were not separate from their fucking politics, okay? This is why I really hate it when people was like, why are you bringing politics into this? No, fuck you. I wish I could think of specific words to suggest off of my top of my head, comrade. Okay. Not trying to sound like a Gamergate person, but what happened to Western feminism? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't like liberal feminism. I think you're specifically describing liberal feminism, third wave feminism. Got co-opted by the hegemony, yeah. They're rewriting history with Kahlo. It's sad. I know, right? Anti-trans, anti-working class, anti-third world, pro-capital. But I'm also talking from a place of ignorance. No, I don't think you are. I think you were quite right, though. Have you seen how freaking, like, what's her face? Okay, J.K. Rowling. Okay, I was about to, like, say that the the black mold lady, the black mold witch, is grossly appropriating feminism to, like, fit her anti-trans, like, her turf shit. The fart queen. There are actual feminists, but the psyops, like, yeah. No worries, can work with it. So I can either rewatch the VOD or erase it next stream. It's alright. Like, what was your question? I say that's mostly just white feminism from older generation. I still think that younger generations of Western feminists are very supportive of these things. Yeah. I know it's so disheartening to see who the face of the movement is. Yeah. What? The really good read on the topic is the Songun Doctrine, but that is a really difficult read deep in the weeds of Juche. Yeah! Yeah, like this is a social 101, so let's delve into it later. Most famous artworks are highly political. Like one painting literally started the French Resistance. So politics is in art, and any kind of art. It's a form of expression. Exactly. And always will be a mirror of how society was at the time it was created. Exactly. Blah. Helen Keller spoke about when she openly Helen Keller spoke about when she openly spoke about being socialist. Before she said, a journalist called her something along the lines of proof of the potential of the disabled and women. And after she revealed her socialist beliefs, the same journalist started writing her off as her takes as, oh, look at that disabled girl. She doesn't know the world. Yeah, right? I know, right? It was fucking gaslighting. Helen Keller. Ghislaine Maxwell was giving feminist talks from prison. Oh, is that was that what's her face? Ghislaine Maxwell? Is she the wife of Epstein? Ooh. What is the black mold story? I want to. No. It's like she posted a video, a photo of her, like her profile picture on Twitter, and I think the one of the, I think in the background, what her wallpaper looked like like the I think it was green. I don't know, but it from afar it looked like a black mold infestation. She literally took that profile picture down because people were starting to be like, yo, that's like, no wonder she's like she's like doing this, because like there's a fucking black mold in her house. No wonder. The tendrils can get into anything. Prison on the screen. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay. Yeah, was it Epstein's wife or Epstein's girlfriend, right? But her dad is in the Mossad too, bro. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad is I don't even know, but like but her dad is definitely in the Mossad, and there's like, I don't know how it all ties in, but definitely there's like a connection between Epstein and Israel. We're back to the convo from the last stream. Yeah. The black mold queen. She's always... I would not suggest it until you're confident in all this stuff, like Mana said. It's way beyond 101. Yeah, it is quite... You need to understand the basics first before you get into it. Because you would not understand the intricacies of the specific topics, because you don't have the fundamentals to get it in the first place, right? So I think it would be a waste of time. His accomplice, not wife, responsible for so much evil and suffering for women. I don't know if they were married, but she helped with all the messed up stuff. Ooh. I will just put a pin on it and to still follow how things are discussed on stream, so no worries. Okay. I know too much about this to seem normal. Really? What? Like, okay. Yeah. I know that her dad is in the Mossad. All these booge are intelligence assets of various agencies. And the French friend in the fashion who died too in his cell with no guard, no camera. What? Good stuff. The couple Clinton who went numerous times on the island. Ew. By the way, Israel was created with the help of Stalin as a showcase of socialism in the Middle East. Was it? Nah, dog. What the hell? Yeah, that's a massive L for Stalin for sure, if he did do it. Yeah, lots of Jewish people came to Israel from the Soviet. By my understanding is that he wanted to create a Jewish oblast in the USSR, but was voted down. Then he voted in favor of Israel at the time and changed his mind once it became clear how the Western Empire was doing it. Stalin did support the formation of Israel. It's one of his big L's. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It's a massive L for Stalin. I didn't really look into it, but damn. He thought it would become socialist due to the Holocaust, but it did not pan out that way. Yeah, Israel is fucking Nazi Germany, basically. Stalin initially supported Israel, but then yeah, okay. A bit off topic, just quick. Are you referring to Lilith from Borderlands game series? Oh, we all had the same idea for a comment there. If you look at the composition of Israel, more than half of them speak Russian because they were offended by the USSR. Oh, no, I'm referring to okay. Lilith versus women. Okay, that Lilith, the vampire Lilith. There's a Jewish oblast actually. Really? Yeah, man. How did the Soviet Union under Stalin react to the foundation of the State of Israel? Okay, so I'm reading an article that's like super anti-Stalin though. Like, Joseph Stalin committed numerous crimes against the international working class, but one of the greatest crimes was the support he gave to the foundation of the State of Israel. Trotskyists, in contrast, have always opposed Zionism. Yeah, this is a very it's a Trotskyist article. But yeah, I would say, yeah, that's a fucking massive L for Stalin. Man, that shit sucks. Fucking Trots, I know, right? They would highlight like, oh, but not the Trots. They were against Zionism, and that's good. That's a good thing. I mean, I think that's one of the few dubs that we can you know that we can praise the Trotskyists for. They are anti-Zionists. Infantile. Infantile disorder posting. Oh my god. The ice pick jokes. Okay. Ignoring Trotsky's really weird self-hatred about being Jewish. Oh, they do? There's also a theory that he insisted on the creation of Israel there so that the Jewish elites would not relax. Wait, whose theory is that? I think that was him. My bad if I'm wrong. Really? But yeah, I don't know if I haven't never read anything about Trotsky being a self-hating. I don't know. But yeah, like, I mean, if it's true, that's really weird, you know? I don't know about that dog, but that's really weird. Okay, yeah, I'm reading an article that's vehemently Trotskyist, so okay, let me just close the window. Trotsky is a cringy tsundere that gets offended by a Chad Stalin MC. Man. He certainly had some very unsavory opinions about other people. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
The achievement of these liberal ideals, which capitalism has shown itself incapable of fulfilling. And so maybe you start thinking of alternatives. Maybe you and your mates could band together and open up a worker cooperative. Or to hell with modern corporate society, maybe you could go even further and start up a radical egalitarian commune. And you know, you wouldn't be the first to have these kinds of ideas. In fact, prior to Marxism, these were the kinds of positions that some of the early prominent socialists and communists like Saint-Simon, Fourier and Robert Owen were putting forward. And between them, they got a lot of things right. There were many grains of truth in their analyses which helped us to arrive at modern communist theory. But as human consciousness is historically contingent and determined by social existence, they were of course fundamentally limited by the moments in which they existed.
Yeah.
Consequently, their socialism was founded on a utopian idealist basis that saw itself as somehow existing outside of history, and assumed that we can, through rationality and reason, simply conjure up visions of the perfect world based on egalitarian values in our minds and then construct society in accordance with that vision. In a sense, this attempts to impose our ideas onto reality, rather than deriving our analysis from reality. And we can see how this would stem from an early 19th century context of bourgeois liberal revolution as a manifestation of the idealist notion that great men and their ideas are the driving force of history. Marxism, however, as you'll recall from the past 3 videos, opposes this idealist premise. Instead, Marxism begins with a materialist analysis of history, examining the contradictions within societies and what the resolution of these contradictions entails. It bases its analysis on the fundamental interconnectedness of all phenomena, understanding dialectical development and rejecting a metaphysical static notion of some perfect utopian ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. The basis for socialism for Marxists, then, is not to be found supposedly external to capitalism in the minds of these great utopian socialist thinkers attempting to realise their ideals of liberty, equality and fraternity. For scientific socialists, the basis for socialism is to be found within capitalism itself, its internal contradiction, specifically capitalism's core antagonism between its socialised character of production and its private form of appropriation, manifested in the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Now, under earlier systems, we often saw private production and private appropriation, and we still do see this to a small extent with the petty bourgeoisie. Think small handicraftsmen who produce their own goods, then appropriate all value created by this process for themselves. But under capitalism, we see generally that production is socialised as workers collectively produce huge amounts of surplus value, which is then appropriated privately by capitalists. The whole system is built on this private capitalist appropriation of the proletariat's collective unpaid labour. And this is a hugely antagonistic contradiction wherein if the workers push for better conditions, making any gains, this necessarily comes at a loss to the capitalists. If the proletariat receives more of the surplus value that it produces, then the capitalist necessarily receives less. If the proletariat receives all of the surplus value it produces, then the capitalists can no longer exist. Their existence depends on this unpaid labour of the proletariat. They
that's
need
why.
us, but we don't.
That's why I always remind everyone that you are making wealth for your boss. You know, they need you. You don't need them.
Need them. And the realisation of this fact pushes the proletariat forward to resolve the contradiction. How is this fundamental contradiction of capitalism between social production and private appropriation resolved? By moving to both social production and social appropriation, where the surplus value generated by proletarian labour power, instead of being appropriated by these capitalist vampires, is appropriated by the proletariat itself. And so we see that the basis for socialism for scientific socialists, for Marxists, lies in the resolution of this very contradiction between social production and private appropriation, between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the productive forces and the relations of production. Socialism necessarily emerges from capitalism itself through the resolution of its internal contradictions, not from the minds and ideas of individuals dreaming of a perfect utopian society. So we should now be able to see a distinction emerging
Exactly. That's why they love AI.
between scientific socialism and utopian socialism, where scientific socialists understand that proletarian revolution will usher in socialism as a result of capitalism's internal contradictions. Utopian socialists essentially believe that their good ideas can usher in socialism, That if only the masses knew about the horrors of capitalism and the virtues of their ideas and values, then everyone in the world would certainly willingly embrace communism the very next day.
No.
Now, we will dive deeper into the question of where correct ideas come from and the Marxist theory of knowledge based on social practice in a later video. But it should be clear by now already that, despite what some well-known progressive figures of the day might say, Marxism is not just an extension of bourgeois liberalism, and its basis is not simply a more complete realization of its principles like liberty, equality, and fraternity. Scientific socialism is based on the materialist analysis of class contradictions throughout history, the resolutions of which progress society from one stage to the next. In the context of modern society, scientific socialist analysis primarily focuses on capitalism's internal contradiction between socialized production and private appropriation, which provides the material basis for socialism itself, as this antagonism must be resolved. And further, it can only be resolved through socialist revolution, the hero of which is the collective revolutionary proletariat, not the detached bourgeois intellectual who conjures up their perfect egalitarian society in their mind and then attempts to impose that vision upon the world.
Twitter posting.
Revolutions that advance us from one stage of social historical development to the next are not just the result of great men's ideas being imposed on the world, but rather it is a resolution of class contradictions within society that propels us forward to the next epoch. Therefore, the transition from capitalism to socialism too will not be the result of great men constructing society based on their grand visions, but rather the result of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie towards the negation of the negation in classless society. This is the scientific socialist, Marxist basis for socialism, a decisive rupture from earlier utopian socialist projects. Today we've taken a look at utopian socialism and scientific socialism. We've looked at the basis for utopian socialism, tracing its developments out of bourgeois liberal idealism. We then contrasted that with scientific socialism as based on historical materialism and the analysis of class contradictions as being the motor for social historical development, rather than just individuals with lofty ideals. As always, these videos are not a substitute for studying theory in depth, just a supplement. So make sure to continue reading to deepen your understanding of these topics.
That's why you read, or like you listen to audiobooks so that you can delve into it more, so you can have a deeper understanding on what these concepts meant. It's just like this basically is just an introduction. But these are like, I'm showing you the tools. These are the tools on how to like assess reality.
Topics. Make sure to have a read of Socialism, Utopian and Scientific by Friedrich Engels for more. It's quite short and very accessible even for newcomers to theory.
Yes.
Link in the description box below. Next up.
I will link it. Hold on. I will link it in the chat. All right. There you go.
The Marxist Theory of Value. Thank you to the supporters on Patreon. This series wouldn't be possible without you. Thank you Ian McShay, you Gopnik, Matthias Hognes, Anik Magnus, Borku Gorilla, Ryan.
So this one is 17 minutes long, and the rest of the others are gonna be, there's one 8 minutes, 11 minutes, and 16. We can probably do it and do another stream of this because it's pretty like I have to go to work early tomorrow, so I have to wrap this stream up, and we've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes now, so I guess this is where we have to end our Socialism 101. And I think I could do another stream for tomorrow though. Like I want to, because I can't work out early in the morning tomorrow, so I would want to like do another workout stream. And we can do you can watch this, In Texas, the AI crypto miners are making more money buying electricity from the stupid privatized power grid than selling it back at profit when climate change induced heat waves they contribute to greatly causes increased demand from regular people. Yeah, that is so fucked up, Craig. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm reading multiple books of theory at once at the moment. It's my first week in my college, but already working on setting up a socialist club. That's really good. I need to do some fucking work too. Been a blast as always, mana. No, well, yeah, I have to work tomorrow, so I have to get up at 7. So yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, there we go. We are almost done with Socialism 101. So I will be doing another stream tomorrow, I guess. Like it depends on my on. I think I'm just gonna put it in the schedule. But if I can't, like if it's too tiring for me, I would just maybe cancel it and move it to a different day. Like maybe a Sunday or something, but I can still do a stream tomorrow after work around 9. Same thing as the stream yesterday. A workout / Socialism 101 stream. Thank you for streaming chats. Bye bye. Thank you. I have been loving these daily streams, man. Thank you. You seem to be enjoying streaming on Twitch a lot. Happy to see. I know, right? Because I don't have to think about thumbnails. That's what really I didn't like about being on YouTube, because I have to think about the thumbnails. Thank you for stream. Happy to have learned something. Finished Socialism 101 and moved to Socialism After Dark 18 plus, what? Where we do really filthy stuff like juche. Thanks for the info added to my notes. Really valuable data indeed. Yeah. Thanks for the stream. Don't torture yourself. Yeah, I won't. I'm gonna be. I think I'm feeling well rested because I took a nap. So I will be wrapping up the stuff that I need to do before I go to bed. Okay. Viso Gero. Goodbye in Lithuanian. Oh, Davy Goose. Thank you so much. Ooh, Juche. Ooh, ooh. Looking forward to the necromancy class. Juche necromancy. Okay. All right. Totally not a CIA propaganda, for real. The immortal science, indeed, yeah. Because of the necromancy aspect to it. Thanks, Mana. Have a good rest. Thank you, everyone. I really had fun discussing everything with y'all. All right. I think I'm going to do something tomorrow, but if not, it's probably going to be either Saturday or Sunday. Okay? All right. Have a good one, everybody. Later, motherfuckers.